Good morning.
Good morning.
Right. Representative Emmerich is not going to be here today, so I'll be running the show, I guess. And if you would, Commissioner, welcome to Division 2 and one of my favorite departments.
Good morning, Vice Chair Petrie and committee members. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present the budget for New Hampshire Fish and Game Department this morning. I'm sure some of you looked at our budget. I would like to say that probably the brightest point in our budget is our increased budget transfer payment to the Trails Bureau. You'll notice that we have budgeted an increase of $2 million per year to transfer money to the Trails Bureau. Our budget request is also up due to the increase in personnel and benefit costs. Also, the costs of DOIT, the transfer costs that we pay to that department, has been increasing with each budget cycle. Costs of equipment this year, fuel, electricity are all on the rise. Over the last biennium, we've had to increase our spending on maintenance or repair items at the hatchery. Our hatcheries have suffered many years of not having enough money spent on them on maintenance or on replacement parts, and we've spent a lot of money this year maintaining our wells and furnaces. One of the major issues facing Fish and Game is outdated computer databases and still relying too much on paper or manual systems. In this
I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't know your name.
Scott
If-
Mason, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. And are you referring to a page here, or are you reading a
I'm
narrative?
just
So-
reading a narrative at
Okay,
this point.
can you sort of go back to some of the highlights? Because I was looking to see where you were, not realizing that you were just.
Okay.
Thank you.
This budget, we've increased our expenditure on our transfer of funds to the Trails Bureau by $2 million. We've saw an increase in OHRV registrations during COVID, and we believe that that will remain probably even more steady than the increase we saw in license sales. Our budget request is up due to an increase in personnel costs, benefit costs. Also, the DOIT bill constantly goes up from budget cycle to budget cycle. Costs of equipment replacement, fuel, electricity are all on the rise. In the last biennium, we spent a very large amount of money on fixing wells and furnaces at our hatcheries. We are in the process of a study committee right now looking at our hatchery system so that we can come into compliance with new EPA permits that one has been issued and one soon will be. One of the other major issues facing Fish and Game is our outdated computer databases, and we still rely too much on the use of paper or manual systems. In the last biennium, one of our young computer savvy COs was able to come up and launch an online turkey registration program. So we've started, that started first. Our new inland fisheries chief updated our hatchery reporting system. In the old days, when our folks were out stocking brooks or ponds, they would write a ticket and throw it up on the dashboard of the truck, and eventually sometime they'd get some time and they'd clean the truck up and get all those tickets and batch them up and send them off, and they would be keyed in by another staff member. Well, now we've updated. We have iPads in the truck. When they stock the fish, they're stocked at a known GPS waypoint that is in real time. Our hatchery staff, our biologists, and our COs know what's going on. Where we've stocked, what we've stocked, how many fish we've stocked. There is a time delay to allow the fish to acclimate to where they are. We don't give a waypoint, but we do give a general area of where we've stocked, and that goes onto our webpage. The first 60 days of this being active, we had over 3 million hits on our webpage, people looking up to see where the stocking truck had been. So these are just examples of some of the stuff that we're trying to do to move the department forward and take advantage of some of the efficiencies that computers and a more technical approach to managing some of the stuff that we do would afford us. In the next biennium, we will be bringing forth an online deer registration program, updating our licensing software to prevent convicted poachers from being able to buy a license while on suspension, online OHRV renewal registrations, and we are currently working with DOIT to upgrade many of our databases. We received a Gopher grant, and we're working through that now. Our DIT payment in this budget includes money to pay for a part-time IT lead. Most state agencies already have an IT lead. This person will help advise staff and myself better to integrate technologies into our system. They will also help us manage these upgrade projects that we're currently working on. As some of you may be aware, we have transformed our AOT review program recently. Our current program and staffing levels have reduced the processing time dramatically. This has been funded through a Gopher grant and was not included in the budget. The Gopher grant will run out of money December of '24. We need to amend the budget to include $139,000 to pay for 6 months of spending for these 4 staff members, and we also need general funding to pay for this program. The program is crucial for our mission to protect threatened and endangered species in New Hampshire, as well as providing timely reviews so as not to create an undue burden to development projects in New Hampshire. Our non-game program is funded with donations and would be unable to afford this level of staffing. And it's not right to ask the New Hampshire sportsmen to pay through their licensing fees for a service that we offer the state of New Hampshire. I'd like to take a minute. The governor has approved funding for our 4 unfunded conservation officer positions, and I'd like to introduce Colonel Jordan to speak to this request.
Commissioner, could you had a question, Representative?
I do.
Sure.
Thank you. Forget about this thing. How much, what's the total general funds that you're requiring in this budget? Well, you just mentioned that you're going to require.
Right, we're asking another 139,000 there. Oops. In the governor's budget, general fund in 24 is 996,665. In 25, it would be 1,498,933. And then today I just asked for 139,000 more for the AOT program. The colonel will be asking for some more for 2 of the 4 positions.
Thank you.
Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you just, as you were discussing all your asks, could you just let us know about the revenues? COVID over the years was very good to you, actually, in a way, because people had to be outdoors. And I know that your revenues were high. Could you just help me with that, please?
Yeah, we saw an increase in license sales during the years of COVID. Those have started to taper off, so we're not anticipating that to stay with us at that level. We are trying to work towards the goal of trying to convince people to stay buying license and stay doing outdoor work. To be honest with you, one of the biggest impacts or factors of that in my mind was actually kids not being in school, because it wasn't just keeping the adults busy, it was keeping the kids busy. And now we're back in school and sports are back going and all the activities that kids do. And it's just, and I don't think anybody in the room is not aware of it. It's hard for families to find time to do extra things or do other things. And I think that's what will impact that. Our registration fees on OHRVs went dramatically up. Obviously, most of that money we ship over to Trails Bureau. We don't keep it here. Some of it goes to pay in our business office on a registration. Some of it goes to pay for our law enforcement activities. Those figures are up, and they will probably stay up. And if you think through it, these machines are, anywhere from $10 to $30, $40,000. If you bought one during COVID, chances are it's not, if you're not registering it and you're not using it, chances are you're not going to sit on that type of investment for very long before you decide to sell it, and hopefully the next person will register it. So we are thinking that those registration levels will somewhat stay as high as what we're seeing currently.
Representative Heath.
In terms of online registrations, that would appear, it seems like people are anxious to have that available to them. What's your timeline?
Our timeline, what we offered to the legislature was have it up and running by September 25 on renewals, and then once we get that done, we would start working on original registrations. My staff tells me that in order doing an original registration, there's a lot more places where citizens can make mistakes, and that it becomes a lot more complicated and a lot more service involved in those types of registrations.
Do you think we might lose some people to Vermont and other states by not having an online product available sooner?
I doubt very much you'll lose people of Vermont. Their trail system is not as well developed as ours. Also, and Colonel Jordan would probably have a better idea than I would, but I believe that they have an extra fee for trails over there that we don't have. So I think it's a little bit more expensive to ride over in Vermont. Our true competitor is Maine, and then it becomes an issue of how far you're willing to drive. Especially not so much with ATVs, but when you get into snow machines, obviously that is heavily impacted by weather. We're coming off a year now where we really didn't get, we had a snowstorm earlier. The snow kind of disappeared. It was still in the higher elevation, still at the very northern tip of the state. But there really wasn't much snow for my wife and I live in North Stratford, so I'm north of Groveton, south of Colebrook, and we had 4 inches of snow in the cornfield most of the winter. Wow. So there really wasn't a lot of snow even up north. There is now. I talked to my wife this morning, and she's out on the skid steer plowing snow all morning. So we do have, we have some snow now, and they'll be riding, but just like down here, you've had 1 or 2 weekends, we probably had 4 or 5 up there that were good.
Thank you.
Colonel, would you join us?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Jordan. I'm the Chief of Law Enforcement at New Hampshire Fish and Game, and I've been there for way too long, about 30 years now. So the reason I came before you today is we currently have 38 field wardens working in the state, men and women that are working in the field. I have 4 administrative staff for a total number of 42 officers covering everything from Pittsburgh to Mass and from the Vermont border to Maine. We've had 4 open unfunded positions for about 10 years now. And for the last 10 years, I've been working as hard as I possibly could to fill those positions because we are shorthanded. Just to give you an idea, State Police has almost 300 troopers on the road. The city of Concord has 50 police officers covering the city. I'm trying to cover the entire state with 38. And so in 1970, we had 50 game wardens out in the field. And today we're handling triple the calls for service and search and rescue calls over what they did back in the 70s. So I kept making this plea to the governor and to anyone who would listen. And he did listen this year. He was gracious enough. We came up with a plan to fund 2 of those positions out of our current budget. So my plan is to fund 2 of these open positions out of the OHRV account. And I justify that based on the hours that these officers are spending on OHRVs, enforcing the new boom of OHRVs in the North Country. And so that money has generated that. The calls for service have generated the reason and the funding I have available. So I plan to fund 2 of those out of that. The governor approved that, and then he also allowed me to hire the second pair for a total of 4. And I advised him, or we advised him, that we didn't have the funding in the Fish and Game Fund for that. So I would need that funded out of general funds. And I justified that by explaining to him, I did a lot of work on how we spend our time. And basically, one thing people don't realize, a lot of the calls for service, nuisance wildlife, search and rescue calls, bear nuisance calls calls for service are being demanded of our officers by folks that haven't bought hunting or fishing licenses. So they haven't contributed really other than to the finances of the system, unless they bought a hunting license. And so these officers are spending 8 to 10% of their time responding to these calls. So asking for that to come out of general fund, to me, 2 officers' positions made sense. So that's the bid that I put in. It didn't get written into the budget, was my understanding, this year. So I'm here today asking for that funding for those 2 positions to come out of general funds. And the total for that would be, and I'll get you, I apologize that I didn't bring anything in writing today. I will do that. It was kind of short notice that I was going to be here today to present this, but I will reduce this all to writing and get it back to the committee. This is going to be a cost of about $171,000 each year in the biennium to fund those 2 positions. I will tell you, I desperately need those, and a couple of other things I would ask you to consider. So what happens to us is when you have those 38 field officers on any given day, you have days off, vacations. So it's rare that you have that many staff on board. So on an average day, we're working with 15 to 18 officers in the field. If I get a search and rescue call that requires a carryout, I need every one of those officers to respond. It requires 20 people to carry someone a couple of miles down a trail. It's very physically demanding, and so what ends up happening, and has happened many times for us, an officer gets to the base of that trail, we're called to a second call, and he turns around and goes back up. Or goes on another call. What I've noticed that this is doing is it has increased my injury to my officers because they're tired and they're getting hurt more, which is driving up our workman's comp cost. But more importantly is I'm calling in officers more and more now on days off. I'm requiring them through our labor contract, requires them to be on call 24 hours a day. So I am reaching out to officers on days off and making them or requesting that they come back so that we can conduct these missions. That's coming at a premium cost. As payroll goes up, I'm paying some of those guys $70 an hour, where I would be paying them $40 an hour if they were on a regular workday. That's a huge expense to our overtime. And I noticed that my overtime is climbing higher and higher each year. And so I see these 4 positions as not curing that, but certainly helping it to balance off some of that cost. So those are the things that I would ask you to consider.
Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Today on the television, I heard that somebody was in Tuckerman's Ravine
Yes,
caught in
skiing.
avalanche. Now, are there? I know Tuckerman's Ravine from my younger days when
Yes.
I used to go up there all the time.
Yep.
We never could go up there like in a month of March because of the danger. But it seems like people are going into parts of New Hampshire now more frequently than ever before. And your folks are getting called out in the worst of circumstances to help them. Luckily, some have the cards so you can locate them.
Right.
But some of them don't have that.
That's correct.
Are there any restrictions as to where people can go, or do you need some kind of safety measures in place so people aren't killing themselves?
We've tried, and you are absolutely correct. They're getting more and more dangerous, more and more technical. Those rescue missions are now. We're using ropes more and climbers more. We had to create a specialized team that we train and equip at levels beyond the regular game warden because of that. But I have never had any success in my multiple years of discussions with White Mountain National Forest and AMC, quite frankly, to put in any of those restrictions. So on a day, as you saw in the news, where the possibility of avalanche is high and will remain high based on the snow, the way that we've gotten these snows, it is perfect avalanche weather. To not, to restrict skiers there makes sense. No one's doing that. And I've had no success in getting that done. And so you watch this kid sliding down the slope into the rocks, literally. Very fortunate he survived that. And I worry that, like in the weather we had 2 weeks ago where it was 60 below zero on top of Mount Washington, it was in the 80 below. And that challenges people to go up there and try to survive that. So again, that costs the state of New Hampshire a lot of money. And I don't know how to stop that. I'd be all on board with that if we could restrict that, but it's a slippery slope.
All right,
I
thank
will
you.
tell you, I do it every chance I get. Representative Weiler was the author and extremely helpful in getting that hike safe card passed. We were in financial straits without that. That this past year produced $200,000, which was half of the cost of my rescues for the year for the state of New Hampshire. That was a big bonus to the department. I fight to keep it because everybody tries to change it. It's a great program. I don't want it messed with, and we're doing very well with it. So, yes, that was a plan that came from this house that has worked very well. So,
Got that advice in the back of the card that they're not following.
no, that's right. That's right. But it's a help. It's at least, they're at least paying for some of that service, which is important. And it gives us an opportunity to sell the safety points too. That's what we've used it for. So, Representative Bucco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Jordan,
Mike.
I always forget it too.
I'm trained to run away from this thing.
I know that feeling.
So that you're requesting 4 full-time employees. 2 are gonna be able to come from OHRV,
That's correct,
and
sir.
2 have to come from general fund.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. 2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
There have been a number of, unfortunate is not a strong enough word, deaths.
Yes.
People up there,
Yes.
and we all know what was so unfortunate about it. It used to be that if you were totally ill prepared, if you were not following that, then the victim or the victim's family was pursued for funding for a
Cost.
rescue.
Yes.
Is that still the case? And my second question is, can you just give a brief overview of how your officers are trained? Thank you.
Yes. So to answer the question on billing, the legislature has allowed us to, that was one of the solutions when we made multiple runs back to fund search and rescue. So they allow us to bill, try and recover the cost from reckless hiking. I've never done it with a fatality. I've never gone to a family after a loss of a child or a loved one and asked to be paid. I could probably, certainly in little Emily's case, I could have. It was unbelievably preventable. There were 3 right in a row. That's correct. And so I could have in that case, but I've never done that. We do bill. So we do 180, 180 to 185 missions a year. I bill on average 10 to 12 of those that meet the reckless standard that both the Attorney General's office and we agree and will then in fact bill. I came before the House this year because part of that law allowed us or required us to suspend driver's licenses if in fact they didn't pay that bill. I've only used that when I've got people that refuse to contact us at all, to have any contact with us. So I'm over here this year trying to get that language strengthened because it was never written correctly. And so we do that. We end up setting up payment plans. It probably cost us money, quite frankly. It doesn't save me a lot, but you know what it does? There's 2 things it does that I always tell the press I can't measure. One is I know for a fact it prevents some of these missions. I don't know how to follow that, to tell you how many, but when people think about getting a bill, it causes them to take a thought because they call me and they'll ask me, what's the appropriate gear I should bring? And that never used to happen. So it is a good thing and I don't want to lose it, but we don't use it often for those reasons. And I would never bill for a child or a fatality. We just never would do that. Our training, we receive the same training as any police officer in the state of New Hampshire. So we're trained in criminal law, we're trained in fish and game law. We give them a little added training when they come out of the academy to address the issues they're going to face as a game warden. So things like the biological end of it, how to deal with a bear complaint, how to load litters, how to do search and rescue. Search and rescue and the training that the officers receive to ride the specialized equipment. Remember, when an officer comes on, I'm giving them a boat, sometimes more than one boat, depending on their patrols, a small boat and a bigger boat. For the bigger bodies, we're giving them an ATV or a dirt bike to enforce OHRV laws. We're training them to ride a snow machine. So they're getting all of that training. And then they all receive search and rescue training. I have 16 of them that get search and rescue training above and beyond the rest. So those are the guys and gals that we send above tree line in the wintertime. I won't send a regular game warden up today. I would send only someone from that specialized team. We equip them with more expensive, more technical equipment, and they are training constantly throughout the year, along with my dive team that is very similar. So those guys receive levels of training much greater. And that is an ongoing thing. They're getting 30, 40 hours of training a year just in that regard alone to be able to do what they're doing. The other point that I want to make, and I know you're busy and I appreciate you entertaining this, but when you send officers up to bring down a kid that's frozen, that they literally chiseled out of the ice and brought down, that's not a normal thing for anyone to, and I was there that day. I went up there that day because my staff had been there for 4 days and it was a brutal rescue. And I did a lot of them when I was a real game warden in the field, so I know what it takes. And, I go around and talk to those guys quietly and I say, this is a bad, no, it's okay. It's what we do. Well, it isn't what you do. No one does that. And when you repeatedly expose these same individuals to this, there's a price for that. There's a price physically and there's a price emotionally. And when you have short staff numbers, that increases that issue. So that's part of the motivation that I come back and ask for more people, is because you need to spell these guys out sometimes from that. I had the same crew that brought Emily down, went up 4 days later and brought another young man down in the same condition. That's not normal. And there aren't a lot of agencies that are put in that position. So,
Yeah.
I can yield to Rebecca. I have quite a few questions. So.
Okay.
I don't think that people realize how many people it takes for a carryout.
they don't. They don't.
I know that I'm from Conway, and the Conway Village Fire District used to go in there and get people out, and it takes 8 or 10 people, and it can go on for hours.
Right. You can, I did it I've had both my shoulders replaced, and I can tell you it was due to rescues. So you're carrying a strap across your back and holding a person in a litter, 150 to 180 pounds, sometimes more, in a litter, and you're off trail. Unfortunately, the litter is over the trail. You're walking off that trail, and it beats you up.
Yeah.
And the only way, and what happens is you've got to turn these people over, because you're going to end up dropping the patient. So you got to have people to rotate in and out. So you're right, it requires a lot of people. Thank goodness for volunteers, because the professional volunteers that we use, because we couldn't do it without them. With 38 officers, I would not be able to do it. So they're a big help.
Mike, can you just give
Mike again.
Can you just give a ballpark figure of what an average number of people that it takes to carry somebody out? I know it varies, but
No, so on a mile carryout, a mile to a 2 mile carryout, which quite frankly is probably the average, you wouldn't want to do that with less than 20 people. You would want 20 people.
20.
Yes, you would need 20 people to do
Thank
that
you.
effectively. We've done it with less, but ideally you would want 20 people. Yeah,
So once you get there, you have to call for additional volunteers.
absolutely you do. Absolutely you do. And that's why I'm calling guys in on days off. to
Yeah,
try
and they're
and
not
fill
liking
those
that
ranks.
either, right?
Right. That's not fair to them, frankly. It's-
Representative Phillips.
Thank you. So, you mentioned a lot about the price that your officers are paying for this, deeply tragic service
Yes.
they have to provide. And you did mention that workman comp workman's comp is up for the department. My question is there any sort of crisis, provide provisions to these team members, for their emotional, mental well?
And I'm laughing because
health.
we were just, the last
Well-being.
conversation I had at my office before coming over here was over that exact issue. So we have a psychologist that is asked to put on a class for us tomorrow. And I mandated that the officers go and bring their spouses with them. So, so we do get that, and I did it. And before I got this position, I was a critical incident debriefer for the agency due to a shooting I was in years ago. So I would go around and do that. I haven't backfilled that. That's something that we need to do, I think. But because these new kids don't share like the older guys did. It's a different personality. And I have real concerns about that moving forward. But yes, we do bring that in. We recognize that in the old days, that was not allowed in law enforcement. You suck that up. And that's just foolish. That's not wise business because you've got a lot of money invested in these people, and I want to get 20 years out of them. I've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in them. And not only do I want them healthy, which is really what I want, I sell it because we've invested this kind of money. So you need to pay for this training so that we keep them. We got to keep them.
Representative Popovici Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate it. I have about 5 different questions because they accumulated. And just as a heads up, after this, I will have to briefly head out. There is somebody who I need to be out there for. So let me start by, again, thanking you for taking the questions. And I just want to make sure I understand everything correctly. You were talking earlier about the Hike Safeguard.
Yes, sir.
If I recall correctly, that's a voluntary program.
That is a voluntary
People
program.
can choose to use it. They get extra benefits from having it, but it's a voluntary program.
It is, sir.
I mean, I don't see why anybody would want to tweak with a voluntary program that seems to benefit everyone. And I would, say that we need to, if anything, extend it and look at what changes we can make to it to make it more useful. You were talking earlier about the situations where the conditions are dangerous, but you cannot ban people from going
Yes.
out. And frankly, I think enforcing that ban would be amazingly difficult for you anyway, because you cannot exactly, patrol those areas. I just want to make sure that we do inform people of the dangerous conditions, and then, they make their own choices that involve risk. But we do have a system to notify them that there is an avalanche risk or the weather is too cold up and you shouldn't go up. How do we
Yes.
do that?
So we have a number of ways we do that. When Governor Sununu first took over, we had at a fishing day, we had 3 people go through the ice. I don't know if anyone remembers that a few years ago. It was a tragedy unfolding, and he wanted to shut the lake down. I'll never forget that phone call. He said, "We got to shut down Lake Winnipesaukee." I said, "Governor, I don't know how I could do that." He said, "I'll deploy the guard and we'll do that." I said, you cannot manage that. What we need to do, and he helped me, he was a great help. I said, what we need to do is we need to do a public service campaign and tell people this is dangerous and this is how you avoid that danger. So I do that a lot on Channel 9. I do it with a whole host of different officers. And in fact, almost to the point where it's at nauseum, I think. But I think that's the best way to do it. And Channel 9 has been very good to us. All of our press releases have a paragraph at the bottom talking about that, the dangers and the 10 essential hiking items that you should have in your pack. So we do a huge public service campaign through the press for that exact thing. Now at the Mount Washington, they post where hikers arrive at Tuckerman's. There's a big sign up there that's updated daily due to dangers. The problem is people walk right by it. But the sign is there. We do a lot to warn people, so there should be
appreciate
no
it.
surprise.
We can only do so much.
That's
I mean, at the
correct.
end of the day, we'll never be able to put them in a cocoon and keep them safe. There is risk involved in any outdoor activity. We should continue to educate and inform people and hoping that they will learn from other people's mistakes.
Sure.
You were also talking earlier about the billing for rescue and your, attempts to collect and how you are trying to be considerate of, the circumstances. I'm a numbers person. Do you have a collection percentage on those attempts to bill? How much do we end up recovering? You were saying that it may not even make sense financially, but it's more of a deterrent.
Yep. Last year, we covered 62% of the ones I billed. So
Okay.
a little over half. And the reason I know that is I just presented these figures to the Outdoor Council. We sold $211,000 worth of Hike Safe cards. We billed 12 hikers total. Of that 12, and I apologize, I didn't bring those numbers with me, but I calculated how much we billed and how much we collected, but it was a 62% success.
Just looking for a ballpark. I mean, really, I'm trying to get a feel. And by the way, 62% is a really high rate
It's
of
pretty good.
recovery. I mean,
It's pretty good.
those are a lot of the times they're not people who have the resources. And
Correct.
what are you gonna do? You cannot, get blood out of a stone.
And we, just so you know, we will negotiate that because depending on, press always asks, what's an average rescue? That's very difficult to answer because they can run as little as $1,000 and they can run as high as 100,000 depending on what you're using for resources. And some of these helicopter rescues, if I was billed for the helicopter, they'd be they'd take my whole budget for one rescue. But so we negotiate that. You can't bill someone $40,000 and expect them to be able to pay that. So I've called them and negotiated that down. And I suppose you have to do that carefully. It just never made sense to me to expect someone to be able to pay a $35,000 bill when they're renting an apartment on the Cape.
Frankly,
and came
most
up
people
here
who
and got
could pay
into
that probably
Right.
know better than to cause a rescue.
Right. So we reduce it and we'll agree on a price and then set them up with a time payment.
I think you're managing it in a very, very appropriate way, and I appreciate the
sir.
details. One slightly less comfortable question, if I may. There was a bill earlier that didn't make it through on, the warrantless search power
Yes.
of the fish and game people. I just want to ask point blank whether you guys have the policies in place to make sure that that power is used strictly for fish and game purposes and not for any other law
We
enforcement.
absolutely do. And one thing that the testimony in that was very misleading. If you had gone to the committee, when I wrote that statute myself,
Yep.
I wrote the last paragraph when we got motor vehicle powers. And we got motor vehicle powers because we were stumbling on to driving, people that were driving that were impaired. And we didn't have if I pulled someone over who was impaired when I was out working night hunters at night, that guaranteed that individual would be found not guilty in a courtroom because I didn't have the authority to do that. So I brought that before the legislature and I said, that makes no sense. We need to we're trained the same levels. State police can enforce all of our laws. We're allowed to enforce all of theirs with the exception of motor vehicle. I would ask that we do motor vehicle. And the concern came up about our abilities to check folks in the field. A little added, it's not really extra power, but we are allowed by law to look to see if you have a number of fish, if you've been able, if we have to have articulable suspicion. You can't just guess at that. You have to have a reason. You have to see it happening or suspect that it's happening, and you have to be able to articulate that when you go to court. So that was a concern in motor vehicles. So I wrote right in that statute. Had he read the entire statute, I wrote right in there, fish and game officers will be able to stop motor vehicle with no additional authority than any other licensed or certified police officer, which means I can do nothing more on the highway than a trooper can, which is the way it should be.
Which I appreciate the clarification. Please note, this is my first term, so I really have a
know,
lot to
I
learn.
understand that. And I get very frustrated watching that live on the House floor, knowing that the information being provided is absolutely false. The other thing I will tell you is this. Just remember the world that we live in today, the scrutiny that law enforcement is under. Some degrees, that's a good thing because it's cleaned us up, I think. In some areas outside of the state of New Hampshire, that's required. Yep. This is not the time that you would get away with any of those extra powers. The Supreme Court would snap those away from you. This particular law has gone before our New Hampshire Supreme Court 3 separate times and been upheld all 3 of those times. It's 80 years worth of judicial review. If there was a problem, it would have changed a long time ago.
I appreciate it. And I'm gonna,
Good
my
question.
last question is a totally different one. It's the happy one for the end.
Yep.
All those volunteers that help us with search and rescue,
Yes.
are we doing something to thank them and to show them our appreciation? Any perks, anything we can do for them to, again, show them that, we genuinely appreciate.
Oh, yes. So you, the legislature, has given us the ability to cover them insurance-wise. So when those folks come, we have to jump through some hoops. They have to be not just necessarily a person off the street, but some of these professional volunteers that train with us. We sign them up to become temporary employees, if you will. So they're covered for workman's comp. So if one of them gets injured, we can pay their medical expenses. It doesn't happen often, but when it does happen, it's nice to be able to cover that. We also provide them with, we have a group, called the Outdoor Council, which is a group of board members to include officers from my agency. We solicit donations for the search and rescue. So you'll have, like Emily Sotelo's family has donated thousands of dollars for the work that was done. We give it to the Outdoor Council, and that money is used I forbid any of my officers or any of our agency to get any of that because we're being paid. So that all goes to the volunteers, and we purchase radios for them. We purchase clothing for them. We train for them. We play softball with them. We take them out whenever we can. So we treat them. It's a very good relationship.
I appreciate that. And again,
We would be lost without those folks.
thank you. And that's why I'm asking, because as I said, I'm new to all of this, and it seems that it's only right that we show them,
Sure.
how much we appreciate it. And again, I'll have to step off for a few minutes. I apologize. Thank you.
Representative Bucco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel, is it Colonel?
Yes. Kevin is fine, sir.
As I recall, when we approved that motor vehicle provision,
Yes.
it was the main reason was because of a lot of the traffic coming out of Jericho and going into town.
Right.
So what's happening with the park now? Because it seems like I think it's when I see the trailers going through Conway, I know it's busy up there.
Yeah. We've all done, I think, a better job at getting a handle on that. When that exploded, things were a little in disarray. We had roads opened up. We still have roads opened up. A lot of the local PDs didn't want to get involved in it. We've changed a lot of that mindset now. I think we're all working in the same direction. We're doing details in the summertime up at the park. I'm working some of those on the weekends in the summer because we're shorthanded. So the park has really done a good job at corralling those issues. So, and you're correct. Part of the motor vehicle issue came a little ahead of that, but it helps us to address them driving down the roads. In addition to the fish and game law we can force. So it just made sense to do that. And I don't know why it wasn't ever done, but it works well. And they're not out. I don't have staff enough to have them out on 93 running a radar gun. And you won't see them doing that, or they're going to be looking for work because there's too many other things for them to do. What I said to them and tell them routinely is, if someone runs a red light when I'm going home and puts another person in danger, I will stop that vehicle. I'm not going to stop a guy who goes by me on 93, probably 10 miles over the speed limit, because quite frankly, that's not my job. But if it's creating a hazard to people and it's placing people in danger, then I want these officers to address that. And they've been doing that. There hasn't been a lot of that, vehicles being stopped, but they use it in those extreme cases.
Oh, thank you for that response. I think it was more of OHRVs coming off the trails and
Yes.
going down the sidewalks.
Right. Yeah, that has gotten better. Not that we don't have issues still, but it is improved. It has improved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Do I recall correctly that you have a canine unit, or the canines belong to your professional volunteers?
No, we have 5 K-9 units of our own that we have funded without any state money. So I have a very successful, very highly regarded K-9 program that I didn't have anything to do with, but I have officers that created it that is all funded through donations. I'm very proud of that. Because it is some of the officers are some of the best equipped in New England, and we don't pay anything for that out of state budget money. We also use a group we've used for years, New England K-9. I will use them when we have a situation where there's no danger involved. So those are civilian people that have trained their dogs, they're scent dogs, and they're part of our volunteer base. I use our dogs for the criminal element of it, although my dogs are not bite dogs, they're search dogs, but these dogs our dogs have also been used in the last number of homicides in the state, to include the Concord homicide here. They found the evidence that would end up getting that guy arrested. They found the gun up on 93 in the medium for the young man who killed his stepmother and brother or sister, remember, in Northfield. So those dogs are being called now by state police because of their abilities. And we also use New England K-9, which are tracking dogs, the volunteer base. So we have both now as resources.
Right, Colonel, let me get this straight now. Oh, Civil Air Patrol, how much interaction do you have with them? And, I know I was last year, I went up on a training mission, a fake mission to, and they showed me how it works, with the
Yeah.
with that colonel.
We use them a lot, actually. We use them, the limitations that we have with Civil Air Patrols are fixed wing aircraft. So their ability to fly and see what we need, is a lot of times too high. We still use them as a resource. You call out a mission number, as you know, and you jump through the hoops to use them for that. You know what I use more of? They are the go-to organization for forensic phone work. They can pinpoint phone calls for me, 911 calls. They are the group that has been able to narrow down locations when we've had a caller call in and either couldn't make another call or his phone went dead. Civil Air Patrol has done an outstanding job with pinning that down for us. So we use them. I use their ground crews sometimes. When I can, I don't use them in the wintertime because they don't want to come in the winter, but they'll work in the summer. So we use them. I think they would like us to use them more. I'm always getting pushback from them, but frankly, when I need someone to fly at treetop level or lower my team out on a cable or pick a victim up, there's only one group in the state of New Hampshire that can do that, and that's our Army Air National Guard. Those pilots are amazing, and we train with them, we can communicate with them, and it's a helicopter, so it gives me more ability to use them in more scenarios. But we use the fixed wings for these long-term searches, like Emily. I know we use Civil Air Patrol for Emily, those 4 days that we were on Lafayette, so we use them quite a bit.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see from that altitude, let me tell you.
Yes.
It's not.
Yes,
it's
and
not-
I don't want them to ever hear me say that because they get quite offended by that. But it's just common sense. They're flying an aircraft at as Representative Weiler I know has done at very high distances, and a lot of these times I need a helicopter right at treetop, and
Right.
and the Guard is. I use state police helicopters too. We use those as well, but the Guard is really what has helped us the most. It has saved lives for us.
Right, and one other question, warrantless, could you go through the scenario of, like you mentioned it, you touched upon it, as far as if an officer sees someone, say, fishing.
Yes.
That is not supposed to,
Yep.
that's probable cause.
Right. That's
But-
right. Articulable suspicion.
Could you go
yes.
through the warrantless, in other
Sure.
words, if you, let's say you realize that the officer needs a warrant,
Yep.
what, could you go through that scenario?
Sure. So I can give you a couple of different scenarios that happen. So typically what happens is I will watch a fisherman and I've seen him catch one or two fish, and I'm watching him with binoculars, which is what we do every day. And he's putting them in a basket or a cooler or a bag or in his coat pocket. So I know that he has at least caught two, for instance, and he's put them in this location. Now I have articulable suspicion, which is different from probable cause. Probable cause is a much higher level. Probable cause is greater than 51%. I can prove that he has committed an offense. Articulable suspicion is, I think he did. I need more evidence to prove that. That's what gets a motor vehicle stop. I think he's speeding because my radar says he is, so I'm going to pull him over. You don't need a search warrant to do that. You're pulling him over. You're asking him for his driver's license. If he's been drinking, you're getting him out. You're doing a test. That's all searching that police officers are allowed to do. But getting back to my scenario, my guy has put his fish in his pocket. So now I've decided rather than sit there, I want to go check him. So I go down the bank. We have a very friendly conversation. How's the fishing today? It's good or it's not good. Did you catch any fish? Now, his response to that could mean one of two things. If he says yes, then that's not going to help my articulable suspicion much, other than I know he's got some, and I know he's got them because I've seen them. If he says no, he's helped me a lot because I know he's caught at least two because I watched him. So I am within my rights under that law to now say to him, do you mind showing me those fish? Now, I could go in his coat without doing that. I would fire an officer if he did that. You can't do that to people. There's nothing wrong with saying, I saw you catch a couple of fish, or I'd like to see the fish you caught today. And 99% of the time, he'll pull the fish out and show them to you. Once in a while, they won't. And now, if, say, he doesn't, Do I have articulable suspicion to go in there? I certainly do. I certainly do. That doesn't give you articulable suspicion to go into his front pants pocket, okay? Because there's no trout in there. You saw it go in the coat, that better be where you go. Do you understand that? If you go into the pants pocket, you don't have a reason to do that. And so now if you want to go into those pants pockets and because you think he has, you get up there and you can smell the odor of well, marijuana is probably not good to use, but it's what I used to, because it's legal in some places now. But if you saw what you believe to be or suspected drug activity, it doesn't allow you to go in there and get that. You would have to stop at that point and hold him, make a decision that you're going to hold him and go apply for a search warrant. And you would have to apply for that.
Do you do that online or?
So the testimony of that is very inaccurate. There, in the old days, I would go find a friend of mine, a judge, and I would go to his house. I've been to campgrounds, I've been to their camps, I go to their homes. That has all stopped. You can't do that any longer. Now they put judges on call and you have to do it telephonically over on the phone. And so that would require, so I could call a judge on the phone and give him my probable cause that I need for a warrant. I have to have a little more than just a suspicion for that. And then I have to go somewhere where I can send him that information in an affidavit. So I have to have a computer to do that. This testimony, you can do that with a phone, is nonsense. You need to have something in writing. You have to swear that that is the truth. The way you swear is you become an affiant by signing that. So that's not done on the phone. We've got a big case that you're going to see hit the news here very soon, which will be very alarming. And we've been working on it for months. And it involved us getting search warrants for telephones and computers. And I think we're up to 12 or 14 different applications for warrants that we applied for. And again, the testimony made it sound like we don't ever do that. We do it regularly, just like any other police officer does. In one scenario that I was involved in, we applied for that warrant at 10 o'clock in the morning. We never heard back from the judge until 5 that evening. Now, in this particular case, it wasn't a big deal because they didn't know we were coming back to get the phone. If I've got a guy standing on a brook, I can't hold him there for the day. I can't tie up a lobster boat and look at a fisherman who's trying to make a living and say, you're going to have to wait till 4, bub, till we get the judge. You know, we're going to get killed doing that. That's just not reasonable. That is why in every state in the country, they allow us the ability to go in and look for these things without the warrant. That's the whole reason for that, is it's not conducive. It's not as easy as people think. We can do it, and we're required to. I cannot go into a home ever without a search warrant. Thank God. I mean, I'd be the first one to object to that. I'm a firm believer in our Constitution. You cannot go into people's homes. You're not going to open people's trunks. You've got to have search warrants for that stuff. In spite of what anyone tells you, that isn't done. And I have asked repeatedly when this bill has come before the House, 7 times, I think now, give me one, just one example of an officer or a scenario where that was done. To this day, you've not heard one. And you didn't that day because they don't exist. It's never happened. And as long as it doesn't, that rule should never change. If it happens, then yes, we should jump all over that. But I can tell you the courts will do it for you. The courts would accept less nonsense today than ever in my 33-year career. I might have gotten away with something my first 5 years. Today, you are not going to get away with anything like that. So it's not as easy as people think.
Anybody else?
That's a long answer. I'm sorry.
Wow. Mine's in a completely different subject. Do you ever use drone technology?
So we just, again, through a donation, I had an officer apply, a young officer who created the turkey registration the director was talking about. That same officer is a drone fanatic. I did not know this. He came to me with a proposal, a very well-crafted one. He sold me on it. We applied for a grant through the Wildlife Heritage Foundation, because we didn't have the money in the budget for that. They awarded the grant, and so we are purchasing a drone to start that. So we'll see how that goes. It'll be very tricky because of FAA rules and other limitations and flying it above 4,000 feet above tree line, but it's just going to be another tool in the toolbox that we hope to use. So,
Anybody else? Chairman Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I usually get a solicitation a couple times a year from non-game and fish, and they send me the wild lines. And I don't think I've gotten one lately.
Oh. We can send you.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
say, it must be an oversight, because I do
Yeah.
know that they've gone out.
'Cause,
I'll
you
make
know,
sure to,
I look down, usually I look
Yep.
down, haven't seen a check that I've sent to them lately, so.
okay.
And I think that's good, even though it's a small piece of the program,
Yep.
at least it's something. Thank you.
Representative Heath.
I'm sorry, I have one final question. Thank you,
problem.
Mr. Chair. With all the donations, how is that captured? Is there an accounting process for the donations that you are given? Because it sounds like a lot.
We get a lot in law enforcement. I've gotten a $1 million safe boat just recently. We got a airboat that was $200,000 that was through donations. I just got a $10,000 donation from a former senator who wanted to help out with search and rescue missions. So we go to our commission for approval on each one of these so we'll name the donor and the amount, and then anything 2,500 and above, Kath, we go to GNC, Governor and Council, so that's approved. And then that is added, Kathy is my guardian for that, and I can tell you don't want to cross Kathy. So she is very strict about where that money goes. So if the money was provided to us for search and rescue, that's the account you put it in. If money is provided for a canine, that's the account line that you deposit that in. And that does show in our budget, correct? Small gifts. So it is accounted for, yes.
Anybody else?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very
Very
much.
much.
I still have one more thing.
Good job. Shoot.
I would like to take a moment and invite Kathy Labonte up. One of our department requests that the governor did not put into his budget was funding for a senior accounting technician, labor grade 14 in our business office. And I would like Kathy to address our request. The budget director knows that I'm here today and has approved me being here to make this request to the legislature.
Very good, thank you.
Hi, Kathy Labonte, Chief of the Business Division. We submitted our agency request, efficiency budget, and then we had our prioritized needs per the instructions. Within those prioritized needs, we had 9 unfunded positions that were within those columns and 1 newly created position called a 7D. 4 of those unfunded positions were approved by the governor's office, and those are the conservation officers that the colonel and the director have alluded to. Those are represented within our budget that is before you. I am here because I requested that a position that used to reside within the department that was taken from us, I asked for to be reestablished, and it was denied by the governor's office. Back in 2013, I had an accounting technician, labor grade 14, when the legislature created the authority for DAS to create the Shared Services Center for accounts payable and human resources functions. So my one and only accounts payable position was taken from Fish and Game and put over with the Shared Services Center to process accounts payable. However, half of the accounts payable duties that went along with her position were left at the agency. Processing requisitions, research, customer service with vendors. The only thing that went with Vivian in position number 13910 was the data entry component of accounts payable. As you may be aware, if you were here at the time, in 2017, the Shared Services Center was disbanded because it was not the efficient module that we were all kind of led to believe it was going to be. When it was disbanded, agencies were provided an opportunity to get the positions back that were grabbed from them in 2013. In the meantime, during that 40-year period of time, the position that was taken from Fish and Game had retired. She very much did not like the Shared Services Center. She retired early. So at the time, her position number, her full-time position number, was abolished by DAS. So I had no full-time position number to come back to Fish and Game. So I didn't have anybody to claim. So because of the kind of balance in the Fish and Game Fund, and this is a full-time Fish and Game funded position within the business office, as most of us are, I decided, along then with Director Normando, that we would just absorb those accounts payable duties at the time. But due to the increase in the workload, as program areas have increased, accounts payables have increased, our grants, our volume of grants have increased, the establishment of the statewide purchasing card, I asked for this position to be reestablished within the department. The governor decided not to fund it, so I am here before you to ask for your consideration in funding this full-time position that really isn't a new position. It's to reestablish a position that used to exist within our department.
Thank you. Representative Bucco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask you to give me the title of the position again?
The title is a Senior Accounting Technician, labor grade 14,
Oh, okay.
100% Fish and Game funds is how it would be funded.
Is that from licenses and fees and that?
Unrestricted Fish and Game funds, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7Ds, could you define those? You mentioned that, and I seen it in another presentation.
I apologize. A 7D is a request that agencies submit during the agency process for a new position. We submit them to the Department of Administrative Services as a newly established position. It is provided a temporary position number through the Division of Personnel, and it comes through to the agencies and through DAS with funding in our efficiency budget if it is approved.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would be, I think, a little remiss. We were having a discussion before the meeting started, and I apologize. You're Eric? Mick, sorry. He informed me that I think we're the first agency to come forward with this issue with the Gopher funding on our AOT program, where the Gopher money is going to run out. You know, it's not in our regular budget because it was funded through the Gopher program. So the money runs out halfway through fiscal 25, and we're asking to maintain that program, which means right now that's, you know, we need to put that as we have to have the authority to spend money. We have to find the money someplace to spend. So I just want to remind folks, my request to you folks was to add that as a spend line item. And Kathy, I'm gonna need some help on where to put it, and then also to get some general funds to cover the item. And I believe what I was told is we're actually the first agency to come before finance with this request, but there are several others out there that either will or have or will be making the request at some point.
Thank you. So you're at about $400,000 extra?
No, it was 139,000. Oh,
130,
yeah,
yeah.
plus, yeah.
Yeah, plus
Yep.
the 100,
Yep.
100, yeah, anyway, that works out. Representative Murray.
Thank you. Can you say what will go away if the money isn't replaced? What are these four individuals doing that they won't be doing?
So right now, they're part of our environmental review team. So when DES, if you need to get an AOT permit from DES or wetlands permit from DES, and there are endangered or threatened species on the property that you wish to develop, you receive notification of that, and then you have to file with Fish and Game, and we come up with a plan to mitigate possible damages to those species as part of that. When I came on, prior to me coming on, there was a lawsuit that radically changed DESs, that basically threw out their law. The new law came in, we came in with new regs, and it was a very slow process. We were not able to keep the pace up. We have since rewritten our regulations, and working with the governor, we received this Gopher funding to staff this program at a level that we're able to keep up the pace. Part of the issue with Gopher, you got to remember, there's a lot of federal money coming into the state of New Hampshire right now. So we're probably seeing a higher level of development, more applications right now than what we may see, on the other side of all this federal spending. So it's kind of, part of it is temporary. That's the reason why we don't have a firm plan to put forth, because right now, we're not exactly sure I need 4 people, or maybe I need 2 people, or maybe I need 3 people long haul. These positions were all created as temporary positions so that we have flexibility with that. And we will be continuing to study this as we go forward. But the big issue is that, we did not put it into our budget for this last 6 months. And if we stopped, it would endanger, not being a lawyer, but my opinion would be that it would probably endanger T&E species on developmental sites because of the laws that we have right now on the books. We have X number of days to do the review. If we don't, if we, like DES, if we don't do the review, then it's considered a yes. So there'd be no protection for, there would not be significant protection for T&E species on development sites.
Quick follow-up.
Threatened and endangered, sorry.
Have you always done this, or before Gopher did it, go through DES?
No, it's always been with Fish and Game, but prior to the lawsuit, it was not quite as complicated of a process. So the post lawsuit, the rules are a little bit more complicated, which takes more time. And then the issue was to staff at a level where we could process applications in a timely fashion. The other issue we run into is that our, as Representative Weiler pointed out, our non-game species program, which includes threatened and endangered species, is basically run off donations. And we receive donations, and then we leverage that with federal funding to come back and run the program. So you would be asking people to make donations in order to protect these species from developers in the state of New Hampshire. We are limited by RSAs as far as what we can move in from Fish and Game funds to work on T&E species.
Thank you. Very good. How healthy is the animal population in the state? I mean, and I know it seems so we got more incursions of bears. I don't know if I'm just, I know my area, we got some wily yogis out there.
Well, we're coming off some really good seasons. We had an excellent deer season this year. We had an excellent bear season this year. I would say both populations are doing very well. I think, especially with the deer population, it's not just the numbers, it's the quality of the deer that are growing right now. I think we have some of the best deer we've ever had in the state of New Hampshire right now.
Really?
Colonel Jordan showed me some pictures on an animal that he confiscated, and I would dare say it's probably the nicest looking buck I've ever seen shot in the state of New Hampshire. Yeah, it was 15 points.
Oh, wow.
And how old was he, Kevin? 12? 8 or 12. Yeah, I think it was 12. I think it happened to be one of our biologists was at the check-in station and looked at the deer, so he actually but he didn't pull a tooth, but he pulled a tooth after we confiscated it. And I think he was 12 years old, but he's a beautiful, beautiful deer. So we've had some, those areas are good. Moose population, we have 2 issues with our moose population up north. It's the tick issue, and then in the southern part of the state, it's the brainworm.
Is that CRS?
No, CW.
Or CW?
Chronic wasting disease.
Right.
No, that's a disease in white-tailed deer.
Right. Now, is that I know it's migrating across the country.
It is definitely spreading. The closest it's come to us was in Quebec. One of the issues that comes in with CWD, and it's not the only way, do not misunderstand me, but what happened in Quebec, they had a hunt club up there where they were bringing in farm deer to augment the population, and unfortunately, one of them had CWD. I believe, I don't know the details, but I'm pretty sure that deer escaped, and the Quebec government tried to extinguish the deer population locally, and so far they've been very successful, and they haven't found any CWD in any of the wild deer up there. New York State had a case of it, same thing, they were able to control it. It's very hard to control, and these are the only 2 times any state's been able to control it. So the threat comes from either importing, farm deer into the state, a hunter going out west and bringing back, uncured antlers, uncured bones, I think. Yeah. It's a pyron disease, so it's very similar to scrapie in sheep or mad cow in cows.
So humans can,
No, it's enough different. So there's very few cases of it in human beings. There is some thought that some indigenous species, indigenous people that have a high venison intake have contracted it, and they're doing some research in that area. But by and large, humans don't. Scrapies and sheep do not transfer to humans. Mad cow can. They're all closely related, and I apologize. I can't remember the name of the disease in humans, but there is a disease that's pyron-based in humans that's very closely related to all of these.
is that one of the duties of biologists to keep track of all this?
We do. This year, we have had 3 new wildlife diseases in the state of New Hampshire. I apologize. 2 new diseases in the wildlife in New Hampshire. One, of course, is avian influenza that you read about. We first discovered that in wild ducks. It has since gotten into some domestic backyard poultry operations in New Hampshire. None of our commercial farms have gotten it yet. But nationwide, there's been millions and millions and millions of domestic birds that have had to be put down because of this. It's one of the reasons why you're now paying $7 a dozen for eggs in the grocery store. Also, the reason why y'all paid a little extra for your turkeys this year too. Turkeys seem to have at it. We had a problem with it in geese. Most geese and ducks are where we've had it. We had a large death on geese. Kevin, what was the one in the deer? That new one that we got. Yeah, I apologize. But we had a new one that was, I think, Webster, right? Yes, 3 deer. 3 deer were confirmed with it. It's not terribly contagious, so we're not terribly concerned about it. It's probably been here for years. We just hadn't picked it up. And then we're still in the process of testing, but our second year of tests came through with no positives, but we're pretty certain that we probably we could find COVID in our white-tailed deer population.
Right.
White-tailed deer have had COVID. There has only been one case where they thought maybe a person caught COVID from a white-tailed deer. It's very hard to get the transition back from the deer to us.
And one final question, our wild boar population, and I believe it's illegal to hunt. I believe because they came from Corbin Park, they're kind of protected, but I know in the past they were hunted and
Yep.
They were considered, but now they're considered protected.
Well, they're considered private property. They're the property of the Corbin State Park. Because what's different with our wild boar here in New Hampshire versus other states is, quite often what you're dealing with in most other states are feral hogs that have gotten loose and constantly reproduce. What goes on here is some wild boar that occasionally escape from the park.
There's a lot out there, though. I mean, at Newport and that area is.
Yes,
Really-
I've actually hunted them in Newport. I have a friend that farms there, and he's invited me to his farm before.
Yeah, I know one person that got quite a few.
Yeah.
I think at least 10 or 11, and
Yeah.
they're quite the animal.
Very different than deer. You know, you jump a deer, you can pick them back up again in a very short period of time. A boar, they take off to the next county. They don't stop.
I mean, they're quite the rototiller.
Yes,
I
they
mean, unbelievable how much damage. So I mean, is it much of an expense to, seeing as we're here in finance, that's what probably we should be talking about. The expense to, or we just don't do anything. I mean, do you have much contact, you know, in the area?
No, we don't. And, it's nowhere near as widespread. You get into areas like Tennessee and places, you know, Texas, to Florida and places like that. It's a whole, I mean, that's a real issue for us. It's not, there are some impacts locally for a few farmers very close to the park, but other than that, it's not a statewide issue, and it doesn't seem to be spreading very, very well.
Very good, thank you. Representative Heath and then Representative Murray.
Well, my question goes back to the ask that you have for the gopher. I don't think I quite fully understood it. And I know, Mickey, I think you wanted to say something.
So what I think is happening is the department currently has this funding available and it's authorized through June 30, customary with any accept and expend item that would go to the fiscal committee, for instance. That money actually will go through December. They're allowed to spend that. So they would have to come back to fiscal and get a retroactive item back to July 1st to spend for the first half of fiscal 24, or you could budget the federal funds in House Bill 1. But if you didn't want to do that, they'd come to fiscal. But what the department is saying for the second half of fiscal 24, so January through June, that's where they have a shortfall of continuing.
It's actually 25.
Oh, 25, I'm sorry. So the last 6 months of the biennium, there's a shortfall to complete, to fund those positions that the federal funds would not cover. So that's the request of 140,000-ish of general funds.
Representative Murray.
Thank you again. On the fund balance, in 22, there's the 11 million, which, you had a good balance.
Yep.
You spent that down. 23, it's down again. What I'm seeing is that your budgeted estimated revenue is fairly consistent. The appropriations are fairly consistent. So you've been nipping into the fund balance for the past 3-4 years. I have 2 questions. Yeah, you know, right? Yeah. And so where did the fund balance, where did the 11 million back in 22 come from? Why was there such a healthy balance then? And what is going on either on the revenue side or the appropriations side that you have to nip into the balance every year since?
Hey, could you come up to the mic? No, just come on up to the mic.
And the director can answer that if he wants to. I'm sorry, I don't want to, okay. There's 2 answers to that, actually. We have a very healthy balance in the Fish and Game Fund right now for a couple of different reasons. In fiscal year 20 and 21, it was brought up here that we brought in quite a good, healthy amount of licenses, and that added to our unrestricted revenues, absolutely. 11.5 million a year, and now we're kind of in the downward. We also had a very good lapse at the end of both of those fiscal years. This is kind of an internal surplus statement that I do, which of course does not add a lapse in, which historically we have an 8 to a 10% lapse per year. So you could add that lapse in as well. And
Can I interrupt to ask a question?
Sorry.
You keep your lapse then, the lapse, or?
oh, absolutely. We are self-funded. We are the Fish
Thank
and
you.
Game Fund.
Thank you.
Yep. So our beginning balance is actually the highest balance that the Fish and Game Fund has ever had historically.
Mick, you want to say something?
I was just going to point the committee to page 31 of your executive summary from the governor's recommended budget. You'll see the governor's surplus statement in there. I have identified something in there that I would need to ask the governor's office about, because it does talk about a general fund transfer into the fish and game fund, which I don't believe is actually happening. You've got general funds in your operating budget, but
Correct.
it's not a transfer to the general fund, so we'll talk about that. But you will see that there is over fiscal 23, 24, and 25, about $4.2 million of lapse estimate that on Kathy's sheet here is not reflected.
It's not reflected.
So that's when she's talking about the lapse, you'll see the governor's estimate for the lapse carried on that schedule.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Oh, Representative Bucco.
Thank you. So can Kathy give us a list of general fund items that you're requesting?
We're not requesting specific general funded items that I am aware of. The general funds are all reflected within one accounting unit, and that is conservation law enforcement. If you would turn to that page. I don't have my glasses on, Director, sorry.
593.
Page 593.
Oh, that's in here?
In the governor's budget, yeah.
Uh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to have to go searching for this.
Oh, I know exactly
I-
where it is.
I'm trying to scribble.
It's searching for the glasses,
Oh,
yes.
No, what I'm scribbling down here, and I just wanted you to confirm that what I had here.
Right, we asked for 139,000. Today, we've asked for an additional 139,000 for the AOT program. Kevin? 171 for the two COs. Each year.
So that's in addition to what's already in
Yeah. Yes.
7887? Oh, okay.
So, can I follow up with you? What I scribbled down here was on the 24 fiscal 24, 996,000, fiscal 25, 1.4 million, and then 139,000 plus 171,000.
Times two on the 170.
171 is times two?
Yeah, 171 extra for 24 and in 25, and then in 25, we need an additional 139,000 for the AOT.
Okay, so, well, okay.
Sorry about that.
No, I have these numbers
Yeah, no,
scribbled down here, but, I can't read my own, don't know my own code, I guess.
No, we do show the above figures on page 600, the 996,000 and the 1.49 in the governor's budget.
Correct.
These are in addition to that.
correct, sir.
So, and it's not unusual for us to put general funds in fish and game. We were doing a lot of that before you had your good years.
Yeah.
So, we've got to keep this agency healthy, whatever it takes. And there's ebbs and flows in the demand, but nevertheless, they've still got to have the staff keep busy. And,
We get involved and are asked to do a lot of things that are not sportsman related. For example, in the last biennium, I don't know if anybody keeps an aquarium, but and don't ask me, I really understand, but there's something called a moss ball that you can go to an aquarium store and buy, and it's a living plant. Well, unfortunately, whoever creates these moss balls had water that was contaminated with zebra mussels. So now all of a sudden you have moss ball and a baby zebra mussel you can't see without a microscope. So you as a customer, you would come in and buy that. You could buy that moss ball and not know it, and then put it in your tank. And then when next time you go clean your tank and dump it down in the drain, if you live with city sewer, you now just contaminated your municipal sewer system with zebra mussels. So it actually fell on Fish and Game. In New Hampshire, things are a little different. We don't necessarily have large amounts of money and large staff all the time. So the Department of Agriculture regulates and inspects pet stores. So we worked, we teamed up with Department of Ag. They were able to tell us who had aquarium equipment and who didn't. And then we sent out our COs because the Department of Ag didn't have the authority to talk to them about it. We had to go out and talk to them about it. And we gathered up mothballs and hopefully kept zebra mussels out. It's a small example, but this is what happens to Fish and Game. And at the end of the day, if you bought a hunting license or a fishing license, municipality should be thanking you because you just helped protect their sewer systems from zebra mussels. But that's what happens.
Representative Weiler.
There was another example I remember that I was surprised. People on Great Bay that have waterfront property will come in and ask to have an oyster bed approved.
Yeah.
And at one point, we cut down some funding on environmental services. And they suddenly decided they weren't going to do a water quality check, which they were required before the Fish and Game could issue this permit. And they said, no, they cut us some money, so we're not going to do that anymore. We had to go back to them and said, read the law. You will go and check. But it was just a way to try to get you on their side to say, you better give more money to environmental services or we won't be able to put out these permits. So we have little games played sometimes by some of these agencies that try to involve somebody else. And I was surprised they pulled that, but we headed it off.
By and large, I would dare say New Hampshire, I think our different agencies are willing to work together. We were talking about those animal diseases with AI. So you had USDA Animal Control, you had New Hampshire Fish and Game, you had New Hampshire Department of Ag, New Hampshire Health and Human Services, and the University of New Hampshire Diagnostic Lab. And all 5 groups were able to, pitch together and do our individual tasks. And I think it's not like you could say we were successful or unsuccessful, but we were certainly willing to cooperate and work together for the good of the public. And I think that's something to be very proud of in the state of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Anybody else? Representative Popovici Miller.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for being out and missing a good part. I will watch it on tape and catch up. So if any of those questions have been already asked, obviously, just tell me so and I'll watch the tape on it. But I had some notes on various budget pages, starting with, page 564 in our budget, line 027.
560 what, sir?
564 is the page, and the code is 027, which is, where is it? Transfers to OIT. My question is, you were mentioning the transfers to the Office of Information Technology. You were mentioning that you have database upgrades and projects, so I kind of understand, the reason why they're increasing, but I just wanted to check whether that was a temporary or a permanent trend. I'm assuming, part of it is project.
Well, not to be derogatory to my good friends at DOIT, but it does seem like their bill keeps going up all the time. I do understand that they have a horrendous job of protecting the state computer systems from hackers and whatnot. So I don't necessarily begrudge what we pay, but at the same time, it is going up, and it is hard for those agencies that are self-funded. It becomes harder and harder for us to pay those bills as time goes on. The database work we're doing with them is actually a Gopher project and not part of that budget. But in that budget we did agree or requested a part-time, we're splitting a IT lead with the Veterans Hospital is what the goal is. And that, I believe that is in that added request, according to James Greer at the governor's office.
Okay, I may send an email and ask for more detail because it's an increase of like 240, and I just want to better understand where that's
Part of
coming
it is that is half of a employee.
from. Understood. Yeah.
And then and the rest of it is just their increase in costs.
Got it. And then page 568, line 064, there is a significant increase in benefits. It's like the 2/3 down the page, 568. If you look in 22, the retirement pension benefits health insurance goes from 578 to 911, and then to 798, and then to 886. if I could just
As-
color on it.
As a self-funded agency, we pay the cost of our retirees' health insurance, and that is what that line is.
Okay. So it's based on who signed up for what plans and the projections on who's going to be what.
Correct.
Okay.
That number is provided to us by the
HR.
Department of Administrative Services, and that is based on their projected cost for our retirees.
Great. Got it. Page 571, line 30, the equipment new replacement. That's again a pretty big spike in 23 and then stays at higher levels in 24 and 25. It's at the top of page 571.
23 is what we're currently budgeted. 22, unfortunately, we were budgeted the same amount at $100,000. Unfortunately, we did not spend it because people did not put in their requisitions for a new vehicle because we can't find them.
Really? You're saying there was disruption, some
For-
disruption in the markets?
We just received a vehicle for our Hunter Education Program that we had a purchase order for 23 months.
No, I know. I know. I've been on the town side and we've had similar issues even with cruisers and everything else. It's a nightmare.
So for 24 and 25, that figure was based on during our senior leadership discussions, individual division chiefs putting in their request for vehicle needs. This fleet management account is an overall department fleet management account, and it was individual requests for divisions for replacement vehicles.
Understood. What would you say that is a average baseline? Obviously, this tends to be noisy because sometimes you buy vehicles that are years when you don't need them, so it's really hard to flatten it. But what would you think is a baseline? Are we at 250 and 200 above the baseline briefly because we're trying to catch up for vehicles we couldn't replace during COVID?
Well, this fleet management is for vehicles outside of law enforcement.
Right.
Okay, law
Right.
enforcement is
All
on
the
a
other
different
purposes,
type.
yeah.
Yep, they're in a different replacement. And it has nothing to do with COVID, really. It's quite frankly because we did not have funding to replace vehicles for such a long period of time. We have really overspent on fixing vehicles
Oh, I
that are
know.
no longer fixable.
No, and it's not a wise use of resources.
really
you know,
is not.
You're
It's very
throwing good money after the
inefficient.
bad. Yeah.
Very inefficient.
That's great. I appreciate it. Then on line 579, line 304, research and management. Bottom of the page. It's again a pretty big increase between the current levels and the budgeted levels. I'm just trying to understand again the need for it.
Game management is one of our dedicated accounts, and the best person to answer this would be Dan Bergeron, who is the chief of wildlife. But it is my understanding that this would be used for contracts for research, more than likely with UNH.
If we could
I
maybe
can
ask Mr.
certainly get
Bergeron
it
for
back, yeah.
additional detail to be emailed to the
I
committee, that
certainly-
would be much appreciated.
I certainly will do that.
Thank you. And let's see, next we are page 581, line 033. Third down the page, land acquisitions and easement. That one is, again, a bit spiky, and I'm just trying to understand what's going on. So it's going from 260 to 500, and then it is budgeted at 350. Just some,
This is another dedicated account, and our apportionments for PR funds has been, Pittman Robinson funds has steadily been increased on the federal level. And to take advantage of that, we try to ensure that we have enough money appropriated in the budget should the opportunity to be able to purchase a good piece of land avail itself. Not always is that opportunity there.
right, land acquisition is unpredictable by nature. Sometimes you think you're going to close, and the day of the close turns out you don't. Yeah.
That's correct.
But basically, the intent of those funds is to also get matching funds from the feds. So it's a way to leverage our dollar and hopefully get some more.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, if you look down at the funding component, especially in fiscal year two, in all the fiscal years, if you look down at the funding component, the increase is in the federal funds.
Yeah. And actually, the federal funds trend, now that you point to it, tends to mirror the trend in our budget. So I can see the correlation there. Great. Let's see. Go ahead.
It's actually a little different as far as the federal funds on this particular item.
Yep.
Federal money comes from the excise tax on the sale of guns, ammunition, and hunting equipment. So if folks have been reading the newspapers or participating, you know that gun and ammunition sales have been going up steadily over the last few years. So we're actually eligible for more federal money. In the last few years, it's gone up fairly dramatically. Now, the normal match is a 25-75 match, but we can do other things to come up with our 25% match. Like if we have a piece of land that does not already have a federal incumbents on it, we can use that land and put put the federal lien on it, and then we can use that as part of our match. So sometimes it's not necessarily just a cash that we do, but that does play out. There's a lot of ups and downs in this. The other thing we can do is work with another partner and use their cash for match in order to achieve some of these land purchases.
Fully understood. And I'm even gonna refrain from harping on how certain sales are good for the economy. On the same page, line 304 deals with research and management. Again, a similar bumpy trend in this particular unit, the wildlife wildlife program. Same type of situation with UNH and the research.
It's the same type of situation where there is a desire to grow the habitat program.
I would appreciate some follow-up later on exactly what's the nature of the program and how it benefits us.
Absolutely.
And I apologize for asking so many questions, but it's my first term and I have a lot to learn about every agency, and I really appreciate you providing all this.
One of the things is our land base increases, the cost of maintaining that land base obviously is going up. So we are spending more money on those issues. Some of the issues are just keeping roads repaired and whatnot. We also manage the land for wildlife habitat, so we're doing forestry cuts and works like that. And then we also end up having to spend money on defending property, just like any landowner, property boundaries, et cetera, et cetera.
Markings, signing and signage and whatnot. Cool. So if we could go to page 589, just two more. This is two more questions. Page 589, line 103. Is that the Trails Bureau new transfer that you were talking
No.
about, the increased transfer? Or
No, that is not. That is
See?
actually the line for contracts
for
with,
ops service? Oh, sorry. I must have gotten you the wrong number
okay.
because I was looking at 049. I just wrote the wrong line
So
number
yes,
down.
049 is the increase in transfers to the Trails Bureau.
I thought so, but again, I'd rather double check. I don't want to assign 2 million to the wrong reason. And the last question on page 597, line 307, about the statewide public boat access. 2/3 down the page. It's again, if you look at the expense, it's 800,000 in the previous year, 100 now, and then evens out to 400. Any color as to why the swings are happening?
Fiscal year 22 was a major project called Downing's Landing up on Lake Winnipesaukee. That's why that very large expense, and you can also see the corresponding federal funds for that very large expense. I'm not sure if Garrett is anticipating some big projects.
Yeah, so there's two aspects of this program. One is the maintenance on our boat landings, and that would be obviously kind of steady, or hopefully more steady. Obviously, sometimes winter damage or storm damage does create, or even erosion or sediment deposits create some extra management for us. Beyond that is when we're actually building a new boat landing in a new location. So Downing's Landing was on the very southern tip of Alton Bay. And we were very fortunate a few years back to be able to buy that piece of property, and they had been working on it, and we finished up that project in that fiscal year. This year, he's got two, Garrett is our boat landing guy, and he's got two projects that he is looking at doing over the next couple fiscal year, the next 2 fiscal years that he's trying to do. One is a project on the Connecticut River, I think in Claremont, but I'm not 100% sure. And then he's got another one down in Raymond he's looking at.
God knows Claremont can use some help, here and there. I used to be at Dartmouth College, and there is a wonderful paragliding facility in Claremont, but that's really my entire experience with the area. So I really appreciate you taking all the time. And again, I apologize for just having a long batch of questions lined up, but I had to step out, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Blanco.
Kathy, before she
Right.
sits down. So how much additional funding does the department need in, above the governor's approved budget? Well, it would be general funds, yeah.
We didn't really confer prior to this meeting about that.
So the extra money would be those that we already went over for general funding. And then Kathy's position would be extra funding, and I don't have that figure, but that would be coming out of the Fish and Game Fund.
That's approximately $65,000 in each year of the biennium,
Okay, I think.
my position. I just want authority to create that position, correct?
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Hey, it's nice having you here.
We hope so. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, we, we know how that goes. Matter of fact, I don't have a gavel, but that's a virtual gavel. And welcome to Finance Division 2, the best division in finance. Right, anybody will tell you that.
Mr. Chair, honorable members of Division Two. My name is Robert Quinn, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Safety. And with me today is Mr. Steve Lavoy, the Director of Administration. Today, we will present the Governor's recommended FY 24-25 budget for the Department of Safety. I am pleased to report that the Governor's budget funds all existing services required to maintain public safety in New Hampshire through FY 24 and 25. The mission of the Department of Safety is to continually enhance the safety, security, and quality of life in New Hampshire through professional, collaborative, and innovative service to all. I am honored to lead our dedicated team of professionals in the Department of Safety and proud of how each division works day in and day out to ensure that public safety services are delivered across the state. Demand for public safety services continues to increase. Salary and benefit increases, combined with equipment replacement costs and growing reliance on IT infrastructure and systems, have contributed to an overall increase in providing the same level of these critical services. Throughout the presentation today, we'll focus how remaining prioritized needs will impact delivery of public safety services across New Hampshire. We recognize that state funds are limited and respectfully request your consideration be given to those items during the House phase of the budget process. Director Lavoy will now spend time discussing the Governor's budget request at the division level and provide a summary of changes, current funding gaps, and any expected impacts on services. We're happy to take any questions that you might have throughout the presentation. Thank you, and thank you, Steve.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everybody. So we've got a presentation that you've got a copy of here in front of you. And what we tried to do here is really summarize our budget. I mean, there's so many pages in that document to pull it together and highlight the major changes and the major areas that you're seeing. So on page 2, just as a reminder from the last time that we met, we're structured into 7 divisions within the Department of Safety. Each of these divisions has a unique funding mix and funding source. And so because of that, it really makes sense for us to kind of consider the needs at the division level instead of department-wide. And so the 7 bureaus the 7 divisions are listed there and their primary responsibilities. On page 3, we do start with a summary for the department as a whole. So this is extremely high level, and we'll go into more detail by division in the following pages. But the 24-25 request, so in 2024, the Department of Safety budget is $249.3 million, and in 25, it's $250.5 million. And that is an increase from FY23 of about 15% in total. You can see the different fund mixes that are provided there. The green are the general funds. So in FY24, there's 53.9 million in general funds, and in FY25, 55.6 million. There's all the other funding sources summarized below as well. Highway funds, cost of collections, which are the revenues that we collect at the DMV and the road toll before they hit the highway fund. Turnpike funds that support some of our state police operations, and then several dedicated funds that fall into the other source. Those dedicated funds, we look at revenue projections and make sure that we have the funding available to meet those appropriation requests that we have in the budget. And then finally, we have federal funds as well. And a lot of the federal funds that we receive are passed through to other state agencies and other local entities. But there are some that support our operations as well, especially in Homeland Security. Authorized full-time positions to the right here, we have 1,143 classified and 13 unclassified positions. There are 34 unfunded full-time positions within this at this time, and some of those include new positions that we requested through the agency phase. So we'll discuss those with you as we work through the presentation today. As far as significant changes for 24 and 25, 12.1 million of the increase from 23 and 9.1 million in 25 is due to operating costs that have increased, including replacement equipment, supplies, facilities, contracts. We've just seen prices go up across the board. There's also some increased volume of activity that we need, equipment we need to replace because we weren't able to in previous biennium because of supply chain shortages and because of funding constraints. So there's some opportunity for us to gain ground and make sure that we don't run into future problems with our equipment replacement plans. 8.9 million of the increase in 24 and 8.3 million of the increase in 25 are due to increases in federal funds. The majority of those are disaster grant reimbursements to state and local agencies. So like I said, pass-through funds to other areas. 5.7 million of the increase in 24 and 6.7 in 25 are due to change in budgeting required by administrative services. And this has resulted in double budgeting risk and benefit costs so that they're recorded within the divisions and those funding sources where we're going to pay for those out of, but we have a single accounting unit where the actual expenditures out to DAS are also reflected. So it's not truly an increase, it's just the way that we're accounting for it this biennium. And finally, 3.9 million of the increase in 24 and 25 are due to increases in DOIT costs. And these are our major IT systems. As the commissioner mentioned, investments in IT are critical and they continue, and that's the increased costs are being driven up. We also have shared DOIT services that have increased as well, and those are recorded in here and part of that. So in total, general highway turnpike cost of collections funding, so what we kind of call the state funding section, increased by 9.2 million or 7% in FY24 and 3.1 million or 2% in FY25. And that's, as the commissioner mentioned, that's providing the same level of service. That's really what this budget's built around. Other funding sources increased by 10.1 million in 24, which is 17%. And that was due to a change in accounting, as we mentioned before, and the overall rising costs. And within this budget presentation, we'll talk about 8 civilian positions that are unfunded and 9 new positions that are also unfunded that are required to meet increased demands for service that the public have. There are 17 trooper positions that are unfunded within the governor's budget, but these 17 positions were unfunded in the previous biennium and they were unfunded in the biennium before that as well. And so we want to make everyone aware that they're not funded, but we'd be funding current levels of service. If we wanted to expand the levels of service, we would need those positions funded as well. So we'll move on to the division level, starting with the Office of the Commissioner on page 4. The Office of the Commissioner's budget request for FY24 is 20.1 million. That's actually a 3% decrease from the FY23 budget. The decrease is due primarily to a transfer of debt service expenditures that were recorded within this area, but we transferred those out into special expenses account because of challenges we had with the fund mixes within that particular accounting unit. The Office of the Commissioner has 45 classified and 3 unclassified full-time positions. There are no unfunded positions within this unit. And the Office of the Commissioner provides oversight over some direct areas, including the Bureau of Hearings, which conducted 14,343 hearings in FY22. The Office of Highway Safety, which awards $886,000 in additional support to 81 local police departments. That's for additional patrols, enhanced patrols. And then a legal unit, which provides legal services to all the divisions within the Department of Safety. So the significant changes, we talked about the decrease, no significant changes in salaries and benefits. There is a slight increase of $340K in 25 due to increases in the general services and risk benefit costs. and there's no prioritized needs, as we mentioned, in this area. Moving on to page 5, the Division of Administration. Division of Administration's budget request for FY24 is $12.2 million. This is a 4% increase over 23, and $12.5 million in 25, which is a 3% increase. There are 85 classified and 2 unclassified positions within this division. There's one unfunded full-time position, but that's a new position that we're requesting this year. So all of our existing positions are fully funded. The division collected in FY22 over $181 million in road toll revenues. It conducted 108 audits of road toll licensees, processed over 1.8 million pieces of incoming mail and 1.3 million pieces of outgoing mail, and distributed 567,000 license plates and 1.8 million plate decals to municipalities and DMV substations across the state. And the division is 62% of the costs that you're seeing here are related to personnel. In the main changes we have on the summary of significant changes in the Division of Administration, 162,000 of the increase in 24 and 386,000 of the increase in 25 are due to salary and benefit increases from increments. 260,000 of the increase in 24 and 272 of the increase in 25 are due to the DOIT expenses that are increasing, and those benefit the department as a whole, and many of those are recorded within this division. And then we also transferred 3 existing facilities positions from other divisions within the department into the Facilities Management Bureau to ensure effective oversight and consistent delivery of services. And so that's reflected, that change is reflected in this budget as well. So there is one prioritized need that's impacting this division, and that's the request for a new Human Resource Coordinator 2 to assist in the Human Resources Bureau. That bureau is responsible for all the transactions, employee pay, benefits, new hires, also any risk issues as far as ADA requirements. And so essentially the current structure doesn't allow us to be timely with a lot of these requests. This position would be required to ensure that we can turn those around timely and ensure that there's no errors. We can mitigate errors that might negatively impact employee pay and benefits. Page 6 is the Division of Motor Vehicles. The Division of Motor Vehicles request for FY24 is $32.5 million, and for FY25 is $33.1 million. That's about a 6% increase from 23 for 24. There are 208 classified and 2 unclassified full-time positions within the division. There are 6 unfunded positions within the DMV. The service highlights for FY22, the DMV issued 405,167 motor vehicle titles, performed 36,219 road tests, produced 381,497 driver license and ID cards, processed over 1.6 million motor vehicle registrations, and fielded 412,336 customer calls. Summary of significant changes for FY24, 2.5 million of the increase in 24 and 2.7 of the increase in 25 are directly related to DOIT costs for the maintenance of the vision and map systems. Those are the DMV subsystems that all transactions are processed through, and those need to be maintained to ensure that they don't go obsolete. We need to make sure things are always functioning. 1 million decrease in FY24 and 379,000 decrease in 25 are due to salary and benefit expenses. There's 4 unfunded positions that are impacting the new employees. And 475,000 of the increase in contracts for operational services due to costs associated with relocating the Epping DMV to a lease space. So that is a new item within this budget. The current Epping DMV is located in the troop station, in the building that houses the troop station in Epping as well. And that location around that area has started to grow, and it's been challenging to get in and out of that parking lot, quite frankly. And so driving exams, getting people to get back out onto the road has been a challenge, and they've begun to outgrow the space too. Can't keep the customers in line. The lines are getting longer. So one of the models at the DMV that we've been successful in is moving to lease space, which allows them to grow and constrict as needed based on volume. The most recent facility was Keene, so Keene moved out of the troop station into lease space about a year or so ago. And so within this budget are the funds necessary to do the same with Epping. Somewhere within the area, don't know exactly. We'd have to, yeah.
Question, Representative Murray?
Thank you. The prioritized needs, they're quite modest, but I'm still curious, can you speak to efficiencies that you've seen with doing more stuff online? And are there more things that you can do online that you're looking at in the future?
Do you want to take that?
Sure, I'll try with one. Recently, I know that they had been working on efficiency to register commercial vehicles. And I know that I recently read something from the DMV where they were able to process, I believe, the largest trucking company in the state in one day due to their online and due to their improvements, which would have taken, I believe, several weeks. So, yeah, they've really moved forward with some areas of the commercial. They've been focused on that, and they've got other areas in the queue. And I think, Director Lavoy can speak to one area where he's looking at with the license plates and the decals and the process that we're trying to target to make that more efficient as well.
Yeah, so the IRP registration was huge. So that was something that used to happen internally with our staff over several weeks. And that was now able to happen with the company themselves through the online portal with our assistance within hours. So those are big efficiencies. The efficiency the commissioner is speaking to is, I mentioned the plate room functions in the Division of Administration. We're looking at modernizing that inventory system and moving to a push instead of a pull inventory. We know what type of plates and the volumes that the municipalities have historically, and so we should be able to forecast and deliver those ahead of time instead of waiting for them to run low and relying on them to make sure that their inventory counts are adequate. So we have funding that we've received for that. Federal through Gopher funding, so ARPA funds, and we're working on that type of project.
Right, on the IRPs. Now, is there an intermediary company that does it for in other words, they group because they need obviously to be registered across the country, and usually another company.
No, they've done it themselves.
They're doing it themselves. Okay, very good.
So that's what's nice. The IRP program itself allows them to register here and then conduct business across the country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Heath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for answering my question. OIT seems to be, all the budgets I've heard, they're higher and higher and higher. Now, are they accommodating all these upgrades that you're doing, or do you have to hire other people to come in, or is OIT doing all this for you?
It's a mix. They do whatever they can. They're our first stop. So we try to utilize DOIT and the staffing and the services that they have whenever we can. But sometimes some of these systems are just so large in scope that DOIT can't support us and can't help us develop it. In those cases, we do go external with contractors.
Now, does DOIT help you find contractors that will assist you in promoting the best possible options?
Yes, they're fully engaged in the whole process, from procurement through contracting through day-to-day management. So they're being managed by DOIT on our behalf.
Great, thank you.
And I'll just add to that too. We have a standing meeting, our directors with the DOIT team. Our point of contact has been very helpful. He guides us, he leads through these, below Commissioner Goulet, but the support that I see from DOIT is fantastic.
Representative Murray?
Now, thank you for your patience. What does IRP stand for?
It's the International Registration Program, and it's international because it includes the provinces up in Canada as well.
And the other thing, so Director Marasco with the DMV, he has a lot of projects in the air. One of the other things he's looking at now is e-title and e-lien, moving those to an electronic phase. So again, it takes a project, a document, project management. You need the right team in there. You need the funding, and they do it the right way. Some of these things take time, but at the end, it's got to be right.
And as far as the vehicles, and the enforcement portion of it, are we seeing the trucks in better shape, or, I mean, how is that going as far as, well, financially, as well as the number of trucks that you have to cite,
Right.
that not roadworthy?
Sure. I don't think I'm prepared to answer that question today. I mean, part of Troop G is the commercial enforcement
Okay.
section, but I will say this, they have a tremendous relationship with the industry so that we educate and they all understand the importance of safety, the inspection. The whole issue with commercial drivers and CDL, we just worked on a video, a professional video on preparing them on the pre-trip, the test, so that they can really focus on safety. And so I think, I can't tell you here how many, but
Right.
I would say that the industry and the enforcement arm of the state police have a very close relationship.
Thank you.
So moving on to the prioritized needs for the Division of Motor Vehicles, there are 4 existing data control clerk 3 positions, and these are vacant currently, but they are positions we do have budgeted in 22-23 and that we typically have filled. And they're critical in ensuring that we process driver history record, accident data, ticket payments, and making sure there's no delays in that area. The other piece is an increase in credit card fees. So we've seen more credit card usage as we continue to move online for services. Right now, the department does not charge a convenience fee for use of a credit card. And because of that, we need additional funding to cover those costs. We may be in a position to start charging a convenience fee because we're seeing so much growth in this area. And that's something we're talking about internally. If we don't have this funding, it would really force us into that decision.
Representative Heath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you need any authority for that, or is that within your purview?
No, that's within our purview. We have the authority by statute to make that decision.
Thank you.
DMV security enhancements. So this is a priority of the director. This funding would allow the DMV to install protective glass at the counters across the state, and then also hire part-time security monitors at the higher volume locations. There's been issues that we've had at certain locations where customers, can get upset, and we want to make sure that our employees feel secure and comfortable. It's a retention issue, really, as well, as we're always trying to make sure that we hire the right people and get them to stay. So that's an important need at this point. And then finally, the opening a new DMV substation in the Plymouth area. So right now, individuals who live in the Lakes region have the choice to go to Concord or up to Tamworth. In either case, it's a drive. The wait lines in both of those areas are pretty steady, and they're starting to increase as there's more people living in and around the Lakes region area. A Plymouth area location would help to alleviate that demand, and the cost to do so is listed there.
Representative Luca.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we open the Plymouth, will Tamworth stay open?
Yeah, Tamworth would stay open. There's still a need for services in that area. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
We recognize before any decisions are made, customer service is a priority to, like the prior question, if it were not in Epping, where would it be? We're aware that services are available in Dover and Salem, but in Manchester, but how do we not impact customers and reduce the driving time?
Okay, so moving on to the Division of State Police on page 7.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask this question before. In the cost of collections, in the yellow bars here where it says 30 million, is that come off the top of highway funds first?
Correct. Yep. Yep. Before, so any of the revenues collected from DMV transactions, before that money gets deposited into the highway fund, the costs for that period of time are covered through this cost of collections
Thank you.
piece. The Division of State Police on page 7. The budget request for FY24 is 114 million, which is a 10% increase from FY23. And then for FY25 is 113.4 million. The Division of State Police have 578 classified and 1 unclassified full-time position. There are 21 unfunded positions, but as I mentioned, 17 of those are troopers from previous biennium that have not been funded recently. But there are some positions, and we'll talk about those, that are new positions that we're asking for consideration. In FY22, State Police stopped 74,671 motor vehicles, arrested 753 impaired drivers, conducted 6,299 criminal investigations, conducted 106,446 commercial vehicle inspections and weight checks, and they processed 69,569 sets of fingerprints. The summary of significant changes for the division: 4.2 million of the increase in 24 and 3.8 million of the increase in 25 is due to increased costs for replacement equipment, including portable radios and fleet vehicles. The fleet vehicle replacement plan has really never been fully funded, and it's limited our ability to ensure that we have a healthy fleet. So at this point, we have high mileage vehicles that are often breaking down and need repair, and our repair costs are going up. And finding spare vehicles is also a challenge. And the key here is that a trooper without a vehicle can't perform their function. We want to make sure troopers stay on the road as much as possible and not be off the road because of equipment concerns. So within this budget, we do have 70 vehicles that would be funded replacement vehicles in 24 and 76 in 25. That helps to make a dent, but then it doesn't help us meet our target. To get to our target, there is money in House Bill 2 to purchase an additional 52 vehicles for state police. That will reset and bring us back to where we need to have a fleet that's healthy that we can maintain with our existing repair staff, and we'll start to see decreases in our maintenance costs moving forward as well.
Representative Weiler?
Thank you. What's the total number of state troopers on the road with vehicles?
We have 360 troopers. So each trooper would need a vehicle, and then our target is to have 400 vehicles, which gives us the 40 spare, so we can make sure everyone stays on the road.
I remember when it was 200. Probably the director does too.
How much, if I may, how much more is a vehicle today, say, than 5 years ago? I mean, because it seems like they're on a steep climb as far as the cost. And what is it today versus?
Yeah, so we're budgeting between 65 and 75 per vehicle. That's full fit up. So that's the vehicle plus lights, radio, paint, everything to put it into service. So I don't have the exact amount of what we're
Yeah, I
paying
mean,
per
I'm
car,
looking
but
for, I'm looking for the.
it's been increasing. We used to budget closer to, in the 50 to 60 range, and now we're at 65, 75 range. So
And can you get these vehicles now? I mean, this.
well, that's the trick. That's the issue. So even in the prior years when we had funding for replacements, we weren't able to purchase as many as we had intended because the manufacturing lines shut down. It's a supply chain issue. We can't guarantee we're able to, but we need to make sure we have the appropriations to give us the opportunity. Otherwise, we're always going to be chasing our tail.
And I will tell you, I meet with the state police that are assigned to managing that. There's actually a woman that oversees that, and as quick as we can get the car carriers in and get the vehicles transported down, so they are like on top of it. And it's just a matter of getting us in. And once the vehicles get in, they wait till they get them all so that they paint them all at once, and they start upfitting them, and it's a process. And we do everything we can so that we stay, you know, so to speak, at the top of the line, and we're not holding them up at all. So it really is, it's impacting, you'll see law enforcement across the country, but we're doing everything we can, and I know that they are.
Representative Murray?
Yeah, thank you. I think I heard you say that there's 52 new vehicles listed in HB2, and that would get you fully functional.
Correct.
Going forward, what do you need to maintain full functionality? Will this go down because you have 52 new vehicles, and so going forward, I would assume that there would be less requests for that?
So I'll take a little stab. So, I mean, Steve's got a financial and a strategic thought process. But if you have so many troopers, you can really look at what is our vehicle replacement plan. And they've looked at that, knowing how many miles they may put on a year. At what point is it diminishing returns of, you know, fixing the vehicles? They can build into that how many, unfortunately, might be involved in a crash per year. But really, they can look at it, and they have the metrics to how do we want to budget, you know, I would say conservatively, but to not impact public safety. And I know that Steve works closely with that, so it really is based on miles and unanticipated crashes, mechanical failure, but that's really how we do overall budget for the fleet. Right?
Yeah, no, you're spot on. And I mean, I'll give you a range of numbers. I don't want to commit to a number, obviously, because of all those variables, but we would be back to the normal requests. When I say normal, anywhere from the 40 to 50 vehicle range per year instead of the 70 to 100 vehicle range per year. So that factors in about a dozen crashes that end up in a totaled vehicle every year, aging out from mileage at about 150, 130, 150,000 mile range, making sure we have those spare vehicles that are functioning. So you would see requests that mirrored prior years, nothing of this size. So moving on to the summary of significant changes, 2.2 million of the increase and in 24 and 1.7 of the increase in 25 are due to increased operating expenses. This is mainly fuel, vehicle maintenance, and repair costs. Again, we talked about costs increasing across the board, and that's reflected here. 1.1 million of the increase in 24 and 888,000 of the increase in 25 are due to increased costs for IT systems. So here's our DOIT expenses again. This is computer-aided dispatch and the records management system, and then also maintenance of the state's message platform, and that's used to pass criminal justice information to the different recipients across the state. The program, you might have heard of as J1, the system that ensures that we're communicating with the courts and corrections and DMV and state police. So that platform has to stay up and running.
Right. So how much more is it costing you for cybersecurity? I mean, is the attacks more prevalent now? I mean, it seems so that you hear a lot about that in the news, these, you know, agencies being attacked and, you know, and of course we see DOIT costs are skyrocketing in my opinion.
Sure. I think that, I mean, Steve we can speak to it, but we have invested in training and some infrastructure. We work closely with DOIT on cybersecurity, but, you know, the impact on us, the cost, they work very hard to protect our data and have the proper firewalls of the state network, but it's something that you absolutely have to pay attention to and continue to invest to stay current.
Have you ever put a number to that? You know, I mean,
There's been some recent grant dollars that have been put forward to advancing cybersecurity, but Steve, you know.
Yeah, I think
Bless you.
you could put a number to it, but it wouldn't be accurate
Right.
because it's involved in everything that we're doing now. And so DOIT is considering cybersecurity risk and factoring that into new contracts, to new vendors, to the network itself. Which equipment are they purchasing and why? How are they setting it up? And so you can't really extract the true cost there. But like the commissioner mentioned, there's federal money through Homeland Security that's being made available now. In fact, when we get to House Bill 2, you will see there's a matching component that's appropriated to support the state's share of the federal funds for that program, which is really looking statewide and for government at state and local levels on how can we improve cybersecurity at all levels of government. But to put just a single dollar would be really hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Good thought.
So 2.7 million of the increase in 24 and 3.9 million of the increase in 25 for the Division of State Police are due to increases in risk and benefit amounts. That's retiree health, workers' comp, property and casualty insurance. And then finally, $630,000 of the increase in funding is specific to part-time auxiliary troopers. And so that's to ensure that we fully fund the part-time troopers that we have currently to address ongoing demands for law enforcement services.
Question,
Thank you.
Rep. Heath?
I think the last time you were here, we talked a little bit about the difficulty of getting employees. So I guess I have two questions. One, how big was your lapse for inability to hire employees? And how are you doing enticing people to become state troopers?
You want to take the lapse?
Sure. So back on page 3, we show the overall lapse by fund. The vast majority of that is salary and benefits. I mean, there were some because of equipment costs, like I mentioned, but it's really the vacancies have been significant. I mean, there was a point when we were over 20% as a department. We're far better now. We're around 16% the last time that we got the reporting out. And that varies by division. There's some divisions that are worse than 16. There's some divisions that are lower. But we're starting to see more applicants. And that's the big change. So 6 months ago, we weren't even seeing a large number of applicants for positions. Now we're seeing applicants. And now we're able to bring people in and have discussions. They may or may not be the right applicants, but we're starting to see applicants.
The pay raise will help.
Pay raise will help significantly. I mean, that's the issue. We're trying to recruit. We're trying to incentivize people. We have some things that were incentives that we've had passed for troopers, for law enforcement. We have referral bonuses for civilian employees, and we're always talking internally. Talk to your friends, talk to your family. Who's looking for work? But it's the pay, and it always comes back. They're not interested because of the pay.
Representative Pucco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have not had to lower our standards in order to attract people, have we?
No, I will say this. Colonel Noyes has a fantastic team. He is the leader of the New Hampshire State Police. I'm seeing a lot of positive movement there. And I do see, since some changes have been made, we are not seeing the resignations, which is really important. And there's a lot of interest and excitement in joining his team. And he has not, and nor will they ever make any significant changes to their standards. So
No, thank you.
I'm very pleased with what we're seeing now. This is an issue nationwide, but they're making improvement and they're doing a very good job.
Thank you.
The best in the country.
I think so.
I've traveled cross country quite a bit, and I'll tell you, our state trooper is probably the best in the country. And of course we have to retrain them after they go to California.
Well, I want to thank you for saying it.
Well, we got the best. I mean, the vehicles look nice. I mean, you can be proud of what we have.
Well, thank you. I'll convey the message to the colonel.
So page 8 lists the prioritized needs for the Division of State Police. So first, and again, the first 2 items are new positions. The first one is a new Criminalist 1 positions within the lab. 2 of these are within the forensic biology unit, and that's an area that demand has more than tripled since 2012, and it's really an area that's understaffed. We are implementing new technologies in that area to help speed up the processing, but we still need individuals to analyze the results, and these are the positions that we would need. There is a 3rd criminalist position, and that would be required in the toxicology lab. and that's to address increased demand for services and testing for drug samples, especially as the substances continue to evolve and change, and the testing is not declining in that area. There's a program specialist 3, which is a new position in the traffic bureau within the digital evidence unit. And this is the unit that was created with the rollout of the body camera program and dash cameras. And so when we're generating video evidence, there's an increased demand for copies of that evidence. And we can't just turn video over unscrubbed. And so you need to redact things that people don't need to see and go through that process. And as that increases, we need additional resources who can perform that function for state police. And then lastly, the 1.6 million each year, these are those 17 positions that had been previously unfunded. So if these were funded, this would allow us to expand patrols. But in the current budget, we're maintaining at the existing levels of service.
I just want to add, going back to the top, Director Lavoy spoke of new technologies in the lab. I just want to say that these are significant. This will advance the capabilities of DNA testing and will support victims in the future. So that is really, really exciting what they're doing in there.
Representative Popovici-Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question on the additional positions that you want to increase the safety patrols. They were unfunded because you were unable to hire people, or they were just unfunded. And if we do, allocate those funds, what's your confidence in being able to hire the people to implement the patrols?
So that's a good question. I think what Director Lavoy has tried to do is just keep those there and put those there. Those were unfunded, I want to say,
2010 maybe.
yeah, those have been unfunded for many budget cycles. So, I mean, my focus is on primarily the positions that we're looking for now. And the Colonel has a plan to what we've asked for, that we think we can fill them over the next 2 years. But these, I think it's important that everyone's aware that at one point they were there, and it's just for awareness. But I don't want to overcommit that we could fill all of those positions, but we are committing to the positions we've asked for in the budget.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you again. Apropos the Traffic Bureau, the program specialist, can you speak just generally around privacy issues and how those body camera videos are, the security around those devices? And just because this has been in the news fairly recently, do the troopers carry their own cell phones, or is that not allowed in terms of, because, I'm referring to incidents where police have used their cell phones to, video some sort of an incident, and then it goes out into the public. Can you just speak to us about how you address that?
Sure. Well, with the body cameras and the cruiser cameras, this unit, just to keep it simple, they follow the law. So there's a law that really guides what is, what can be released, what can't be released, how it is used in a criminal case. We are continually looking to ensure, my goal would be to have every state trooper have a cell phone, have a state-issued phone. So we are looking at that right now. And I believe it's important that if they have that equipment, that can be focused on their job.
Good.
But I also understand that everybody needs their own phone if they have to get contacted by their
Right,
family or loved ones.
Yeah, speaking of phones, your signal around the state, are you pretty much all covered now as far as your radios in the cars?
That is a great question. And what I will tell you is this. We have a statewide interoperability coordinator, Mr. John Stevens, that works over on Smoky Bear Boulevard. He's attached to the Division of Emergency Services and Communications, which oversees the entire statewide network. And what they continually do is they have engineers that test this, that are responsive. And then we look to see what we're hearing from the troopers. Are there gaps? They do the continual testing. Then they will take that and they'll work with the engineers to see where and how we may fill these gaps. I will say this, over the past 4 to 6 years, they have made significant improvements with that. Not only in improvements, but in the continual oversight and full and vision to where this needs to go, what needs to be replaced, when and why. And so I think there are still gaps in certain places, and now they're trying, you know, some of these gaps may be in remote areas where there's no electricity, or it's a little harder to put a tower. But in many areas, they look and say, we can leverage this existing tower, this existing equipment, and fill that gap. In some areas, it's training. You might not be able to communicate on one channel, but on the other. And again, I am not the radio expert, but I will say that we have a team that maintains it, and we have folks that are working to at a higher level with the engineers. Steve, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really have anything to add to that other than even changes in technology help. And that's the team that we have now are always looking at that. And I know recently they were able to install new technology, new equipment on existing towers to address gaps in the western part of the state, things that weren't available 5 years ago. And so it's constantly evolving. It's constantly something that everyone's looking at. Okay, moving on to page 9, this is the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. HSCM's budget request for FY24 is $27.4 million. For FY25, $26.9 million. Significant increase from FY23. Obviously, it's a 56% increase. And that's due primarily to the disaster funding that we spoke about earlier. And so these are the disbursements of funds from previous disasters, including COVID, which are going to continue into the next biennium. And so these would be reimbursements passing through Homeland to locals that have to be budgeted. The Division of Homeland Security has 42 classified and 2 unclassified full-time positions. There are 2 unfunded full-time positions that are existing vacant positions that are here in prioritized needs. In FY22, the division activated the State Emergency Operations Center 10 times. They facilitated 16 exercises and 67 trainings, conducted 31 initial reviews, and approved 44 local hazard mitigation plans for locals. And they awarded 35 emergency management performance grants to locals across the state. The summary of significant changes for 24-25, $1.9 million of the increase in 24, and an additional $2.2 million in 25 is due to increases in salary and benefits, including federal disaster grant-funded temporary full-time positions. This was a change in approach that the division took over the last biennium. And that's ensuring that we fully utilize the management costs that come with these federal funds to hire full-time temporary federally funded roles to do the administrative work instead of absorbing that with our state-funded positions. And so it's the right direction to go, but that's part of the reason why there is an increase here too. $7.4 million of the increase in 24 are due to increased federal disaster money distributed to state and local disaster responses. There are 7 open disasters, and as I mentioned, those remain open until all of the bills are paid. And so we need to make sure we have the appropriations to pass those funds through. $78,000 of the increase in FY24 and $80,000 in FY25 is funding a new radiological instrument technician position that's in the radiological instrument maintenance and calibration section. This was at the request of Seabrook Station, and these positions, it's funded by Seabrook Station 100% through the assessment that we bill them. And these are the positions that actually calibrate and test the radiological detection equipment within the EPZ. The prioritized needs position that we mentioned, there's 2 positions. One is a program specialist 1, and the other is a program assistant 2. And these are really required to conduct all of the functions at Homeland Security. They help with training and exercise. They're responding to radiological emergency preparedness inquiries. They're processing reimbursements, reporting of federal draws, the complete functions within Homeland Security. And those are existing positions that are vacant, but have been filled over the last biennium. Page 10 is the Division of Emergency Services and Communications. The request for Division of Emergency Services and Communications for FY24 is $18.5 million, which is a 5% increase over 23. And for 25 is $18.9 million, which is a 2% increase. The division has 130 classified and 1 unclassified employee. There are no unfunded positions and no prioritized needs. This is the division that runs the 911 system. And so in FY22, the division answered 481,032 911 calls. They maintained a 51.64 second transfer time for emergency medical dispatch. They achieved 99% quality assurance rate when they were through their reviews of 5,745 emergency medical dispatch calls and 4,535 police and fire calls. No significant changes to salary and benefits in FY24. There is an increase in overtime budgets in both 24 and 25, and that's to ensure that we're manning the 911 calls, ensuring they're staffed at both PSAPs appropriately, and that no calls go unanswered. $322,000 of the increase in 25 are due to increases in salary and benefits from expected employee increments. And $1 million increase in 24 and 25 are due to increases in operating costs in general. The majority of those have to do with the licenses and the contracts required for ensuring the 911 system is up and running, including computer-aided dispatch and automatic location identification services. Page 11 is the Division of Fire Standards and Training and Emergency Medical Services. The division's request for FY24 is $9.5 million. It's also $9.5 million for FY25, and that's about a 13% increase from FY23. This division has 40 classified and 1 unclassified position. There are 3 unfunded new classified positions that are being requested. The majority of this division instruction is provided by part-timers. And so that's one of the, we'll talk about this in a moment on the prioritized needs, but shifting away from the part-time model due to challenges with finding individuals who are willing to teach those courses, and maybe seeing if there's an opportunity for full-time instructors to help meet the demand for Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2 trainings that are out there. In FY22, the division enrolled 20,140 students, issued 1,280 certifications, taught 897 courses, and conducted 96,991 training hours, licensed 5,375 EMS providers, and licensed 472 ambulances and 5 rotary wing emergency response vehicles. The summary of significant changes for 24 and 25, 217,000 of the increase in 24 and 182,000 of the increase in 25 are due to increases in salary and benefits, including part-time instructors to meet those fire training needs. $860,000 of the increase are due to increased costs for instructional supplies. As we said, prices have gone up. There's also an equipment replacement need for the new candidate physical ability testing trailer. So the trailer needs to be replaced that we currently have. And in prioritized needs, we have here a request for 3 new fire service instructors. And as I mentioned, this would be testing out a new model where we'd be looking at full-time instructors instead of part-timers, especially when delivering Firefighter 1 and Firefighter 2 trainings. Those are the trainings that are required Firefighter 1 to be a full-time firefighter server in New Hampshire.
Representative Popovici-Mullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question. If the full-time instructors are replacing, similar training provided by part-timers, I'm looking and it seems that all the funding is new. Wouldn't we have a matching drop in the, missing wages for the part-timers that used to deliver those classes?
We absolutely could. So if the committee were willing to fund, even I would say maybe 2 of these positions, if not all 3, we could have a corresponding drop in our part-time money. Yes.
Would you maybe be able to provide us with those numbers? Because frankly, I would be comfortable supporting the net increase, but not the gross increase, and then hoping we'll find the cuts later. So if you could maybe update this number to give us the net estimate of what may cost after you account for those savings.
Yeah, happy to do that. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Representative yeah, Weiler.
Source of fire fund.
You had to ask.
What's that?
You had to ask.
I just wanted to make sure it's still the same.
It is, yeah. The source of the fire funds are, it's actually driver history records. And those are purchased primarily through insurance agencies, but some other, some other entities as well. And those funds support the fire fund, which supports fire standards and training in EMS, and also the Division of Fire Safety, which is the fire marshal's office. The challenges that we have with the fire fund in previous biennium have come to head this biennium. And so we're required now to fully fund these areas. We need to increase fees in the fire fund. And you'll see in House Bill 2, there's some language changes to the one fee that's in statute that would provide the commissioner with authority to make fee changes through rulemaking as opposed to statute, to allow us to be more flexible when prices increase.
What kind of price is there for every inquiry?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
A typical inquiry. Here's the name, here's the person, want their driver's records and insurance. What would the bill be?
So it varies significantly. It's different for you and I going in and making a request versus an organization. So the organizations would enter into a contract with us. There's typically an annual fee upwards of $90,000 per year, and then they pay the per record fee on top of that. That depends upon if we're giving them a flat file with X number of records or the actual record. So it may be several. It may be on the cents per record or $1 per record, and maybe up to $15 per record if you're getting the full record. Our budget only works if we increase all of those fees. This is not going to be any one particular area. Everybody requesting this data will have to pay an increased fee in order to fund both of these areas.
Representative Murray.
Can I just double check? You train 20,000 firefighters in a year? Is that the?
It's
That's a-
20,000 students.
Yep.
Yep.
That's 20,000 students trained a year in the firefighting school. That's
Through
impressive.
yeah. So not necessarily firefighter one. There's there's other trainings we have. The ARP with the airplane fuselage that's there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
Some of those are out of state.
Some of these students could be from out of state. Some of these students could be from corporate. There's different fee structure depending upon if you're affiliated with a fire department in New Hampshire and if you're not. And so those affiliated with a department in New Hampshire get a discounted course rate. Those not have to pay full price.
And we also offer courses up north as well, at the Burton Training Academy facility in Bethlehem. The Ray Burton Training Facility in Bethlehem, the Burton, the North Country.
So then finally, the Division of Fire Safety on page 12. The request for the Division of Fire Safety, which is the Office of the Fire Marshal, is $4.9 million in 24 and just under $5 million in FY25. It's a 7% increase from FY23. There are 23 classified and 1 unclassified full-time position authorized within the division, and there is 1 unfunded full-time position that's new that we're asking for through prioritized needs. The highlights for fire safety in FY22, they investigated 123 fire-related incidents, conducted 323 fire and life safety inspections, conducted 1,139 building plan reviews, issued 777 modular housing labels, and issued 856 permits for state, university, and community college building projects. Significant changes for 24 and 25, $151,000 of the increase in 24 and $235,000 of the increase in 25 are due to increased salary and benefit costs from scheduled increments. $124,000 of the increase in 24 and 25 is required for replacement equipment, including replacement vehicles for fire investigators. Similar to state police, they have the same challenges across the board. We couldn't purchase vehicles for a period of time. And then we talked a little bit about the fire fund already and the challenges that we have there. The language in House Bill 2 will allow us to move through rulemaking and make those fee adjustments to support the Division of Fire Safety here. Without that funding, we would need to look at ulterior funding options and potentially moving to the division to the general fund for the full budget amount. But we're confident that those fee increases will provide the revenue that's necessary.
Representative Pupovici, Mola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the questions. Since we haven't received HB2, would you be kind enough to expand a little on the changes that HB2 describes for your, expanded authorized use and revised fee setting authority? Because right now I got nothing from there, so anything you can give me would be very useful in understanding what we are looking at.
Sure, absolutely. If I may, just before we move in that, because that's the next part of the presentation, right on the next page. But we've got the information there. There are two new Program Assistant 2 positions that I wanted to talk about first. House Bill 2 also, which is all tied into House Bill 2, isn't it? House Bill 2 transfers the authority for inspecting healthcare facilities from HHS to the Office of the Fire Marshal. It makes sense because we have building inspectors and we have the expertise to do that work. HHS struggled to hire people in those roles. So we coordinated with HHS, coordinated our budgets. They reduced their general fund spend by the amount that we needed to create the positions and increase ours. It didn't make it into our budget. And so that's one of the prioritized needs that we have listed that, quite frankly, I debated maybe putting it on an errata list and saying, oops, there's a keying error. Can we add this? But because of the dollar amount, I wasn't comfortable doing that. So that's listed here. That's one that I would certainly ask the committee to support because it got lost in the shuffle between the two departments. And that budget impact overall is zero because we coordinated our increase with their reduction. And then lastly, the new Program Assistant 2 position in fire safety. This is a position specifically to address 91A requests. The division gets significant volume for 91A requests, and they have to meet them, but it's a challenge because they also have to respond to fires and conduct their investigations timely. They're not able to do everything, and so this position would be focused just on meeting those 91A requests on a timely manner. So, Representative, moving on, the next 2 pages are House Bill 2 summary items. This is not the exact language, but it's for your consideration. It's worth us talking about each one of these. So, the body worn and dashboard camera fund, this appropriates additional monies to the body worn and dashboard camera fund. This was established previously, I believe it was in House Bill 2, established by House Bill 2 the last biennium, and additional funds were appropriated in the last legislative session. So $2 million had been appropriated to date. We've awarded 1.1 to 4.48 municipalities, and we're on a rolling basis as far as making these funds available. This would appropriate another $1 million to that fund. There's a new Northern Border Alliance program, which would include an appropriation of $1.4 million. And this would be to make grants available to other state, county, local law enforcement agencies and provide division funding to state police for additional patrols along the northern border to ensure that there's no illicit activity that's happening in that area. This helps to supplement some of the federal funding program that we've had in the past, but we've seen reductions in those funds. And so this addresses that particular need. There's also an adjustment to the statute that authorizes the auxiliary state police. Right now, that statute caps the number of part-time troopers that we can hire at 16. If this would eliminate that cap, just authorize us to hire auxiliary troopers, the limiting factor will be our budget. So class 50 is our budget for part-time funding. Will limit how many part-time troopers we can hire. The next two have to do with the fire fund fees that we talked about. Copies of certificates and motor vehicle record fees. This would eliminate the fees that are currently specifically identified in statute and allow the department to go through rulemaking to set the fees instead. And then expansion of the entities who are able to utilize those fees. Right now, we're prohibited from providing driver history records to a federal entity entirely. This would allow us to do so, but only for the same usage purposes as a corporate entity would be allowed for. So there's still restrictions on that data, not building databases and things of that nature, but they'd have the same usage as an insurance company and have the ability to obtain that information. The residential care and health facility inspection, this is related to those two positions that we just spoke about, transferring that function from HHS over to the Department of Safety. And then there is a new Division of Fire Safety position. This is a program assistant 2 to manage building and fire code amendment process. This was another piece that was missed in Senate Bill 443 during the 22 legislative session. We shared that we needed this position to manage these amendments and make sure that they're being processed correctly. For whatever reason, it wasn't added to the statute, and we were told to go through the budget process instead. So it's added into House Bill 2 here. Page 14. This is authorization allowing the department to fill unfunded positions as long as our expenditures don't exceed the total appropriated amount. So if we do still have unfunded positions at the end of this process, this allows us through vacancies to fund those throughout the year if we're able to. The Substance Abuse Enforcement Program, this is also known as Granite Shield. This program is focused on reducing narcotics inflows into the state. And this appropriates $408,000 in general funds to safety for overtime for forensic laboratory and state police overtime related to the program, and also $1.6 million in funds to award to local and county law enforcement agencies for overtime costs focused on these law enforcement activities. Emergency medical and trauma services. So there's some statutory changes that are made related to naloxone, and also defining peer support groups to allow more individuals to administer naloxone without fear of any sort of ramification. So similar to an AED device if somebody's having a heart attack, kind of following that model. So that's what those do there. There's language here to suspend RSA 99. This is the RSA that limits the percentage of highway and cost of collections funds to 26% of the total revenue that's collected. If you recall, there's a fund balance in the highway fund, and part of that is from general funds that were added in the previous biennium. And so that 26% will likely be over that 26%, but it's because there's a fund balance that makes that possible.
Representative Heath?
Thank you. That won't hurt any of our matching monies for federal purposes, will it?
The matching monies for no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
it shouldn't.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Representative Weiler?
Explain what figures you're using to do the 26%?
So it's the revenue collected from it's whatever was in the statute, which I'm going from memory. So
Well, that was mine from about 15 years ago.
okay. So it's the revenues that are collected, and then it's the total highway fund appropriations and cost of collections appropriations. And so it'd be 26% in total. And I'd kind of defer to Mickey too on this as well.
Yeah, I'll make sure that the budget is either in compliance or a suspension is included in House Bill 2. That law did change maybe 3 budgets ago now to include gross motor vehicle and road tolls. So one thing Steve may or may not have included is, if you recall, with DOT came in, the betterment account is restricted, and the Senate Bill 367, that 4.2 cent gas tax, those are not part of unrestricted, but they are part of the gross road toll collection, and all of those dollars are appropriated to DOT. So I think when you factor in those programs and include those as part of gross motor vehicle and road toll collections, we'll probably be compliant, but we'll monitor that as Division 2 makes its
Thank you.
decisions.
Thank you. The key here was we were aware of this, and we wanted to make sure that if we weren't compliant, it was addressed. State and local cybersecurity grant program. So, Representative Petrie, this is the matching funds we talked about earlier about to support the federal FEMA money. This is the state share of those funds, which will help to improve state and local cybersecurity. And then finally, the state police cruiser appropriation, 3.5 million for 52 cruisers, which will help us get to a healthy fleet and to a level that we can maintain over the future biennium and not run into the backlog of purchases that we're trying to work through right now.
Representative Popovich Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely understand the need to get the vehicles, but then I'm trying to look down 6 years or whatever down the road, and I don't want our, vehicle replacement program to look like a python with a big, egg in it. Basically, is there any way to massage your fleet replacement services so we can flatten and, make this a bit more even over the long term? I understand it may be hard to do it at once because you have 52 vehicles coming in, but I would just appreciate any comments on how you plan to handle that.
Sure, and I want to say we try to be as conservative but yet accurate as possible in anything we ask for. I will say this is critical for the state police, these 52. And then if we can acquire those moving forward, we go back to our vehicle replacement plan, which we look at, the miles. I mean, they are, when I say keeping vehicles on the road, that we have never, kept them to that extent in the past, so.
My
Did I miss
question
your
was strictly about the replacement. I'm not concerned about your need. I just, am trying to figure out if there is a way to maybe play with their lives a little so that we spread the replacements across a few budget cycles to not have a huge cost coming again in whenever years when we need to replace them all at once. That's all there is to it. Yeah.
That's what these purchases in the next biennium will allow us to do. We are so far in the other direction that this will right size us and allow us to have steady requests for replacement over the next several biennium.
And the other thing is, as we fill these positions, it becomes more of an issue. So when you have the vacancies, it's not as much, but so it really has to go in parallel paths.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Can you go back to the state and local cybersecurity, the grant program? This enables us to get federal funds. Is that right? Do we have those federal funds now? So isn't this, why would this not have been included in the budget if it's important for us to get this matching money from federal?
It's all happened quickly and outside of the budget process within the last 6 months. So we just brought an item to fiscal this last meeting and to GNC to appropriate the federal award. And so we didn't know that whether we would get the award or not, and that's why it wasn't included in the operating budget per se.
So I understand. So this is something, I could presume that this would have been included in the budget had you known about it in time.
Yeah, if we had already received the federal award, the okay, then we would have been able to take a different approach, yes.
A quick question on your substance abuse course, we have neighbors that all have legalized marijuana. How much of a problem is that? You know, I mean, you know, when it's legal on the other side, I mean, it's going to come to our side of the border, and that would seem like it'd be a hard enforcement. I mean, what's the cost? I mean, the cost of that is.
Well, I mean, all law enforcement follows the law. They adhere to it, no
Right.
matter what the border states are doing. But one of the areas with the marijuana that we've been focusing on is I know the Office of Highway Safety is trying to prepare for any increases in, drivers that could be impaired by marijuana. So we're looking at that. We're being aware of it. On the street, when an officer comes in contact with anyone, I think they're trained and they know how to deal with, what is a violation, what's a felony. But I think the future that they're wise, they're focusing on our DRE program and how do we address those that might be impaired by drugs as opposed to alcohol.
Representative Murray?
Can I follow up on that? In terms of costs, and this may be impossible to answer, if marijuana becomes legal, what would effect that have on criminal justice, or what the state police can do? Is anyone arresting someone for marijuana now since it's been decriminalized? What would be the difference? It becomes legal. Are you spending money now because it's not legal? Would you be spending money more later on if it is legal? Can you give some sort of a scenario or a narrative about what the changes would be for law enforcement if it became legal?
That's a complex question, and I guess the simple answer is we would follow the law, whatever the policy leaders, whatever the law was. Yeah. So yeah.
Alcohol's legal,
So
but you get arrested for overindulging. So even if cannabis is legal, you're going to get arrested for misuse.
so,
But right now, you could be arrested for use, not just necessarily misuse. So
Well,
I'm wondering the difference in
Well,
cost.
I think it's a great question, and it comes back to training. So whatever, let's say, whatever laws were passed, if it had to do with weights or amounts, or whether it's possessing or transporting. I mean, obviously, if you're impaired, you're impaired, no matter what the substance is. So I think I can't put a cost on it. We always look at the lab. I can say that our backlog in the lab has gone down significantly since recent changes. So they've been able to focus on more dangerous drugs like the fentanyl and the heroin and the cocaine. But it will all come down to training. And that's really the job of, of the chiefs and the police academy and the leaders. So I think the key is to just, and that's with anything in law enforcement, whatever changes are out of the law. So, but again, we're focused on the highway safety component of it now, and we have been, as we've been seeing, what's happened along the borders.
Representative Bucco, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Back where it says in House Bill 2, a change in the law to allow Department of Safety to set the fees for motor records. I guess my question is, what fees for what records?
So, yeah, so those are motor vehicle driving history records, and those are made available to certain entities by law who have access to those for a fee. And so right now the fee for those records is set in statute specifically. The dollar amount, I believe it's 13 per record, and 13 and 15 depending upon if it's the individual record or the large group record. And so we would eliminate that fee from the statute, but require the department to go to jail car to establish the fee moving forward, which gives us the ability to make adjustments as we need to when prices increase.
Right, okay, thank you. One follow-up. Back here somewhere it said that we had 5 rotary wing aircraft.
I believe that would be for DART, like
Correct.
For life flight.
We have 5 of them?
No, we don't. We don't own those. So
We
just like-
Okay, that was my question.
Just like
Thank you.
with the ambulances.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Popovici Muller.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to continue building a little on the whole impact of possible legalization of marijuana. Obviously, it's a complex topic and way beyond this afternoon, but while it may require a bit more work in terms of road safety, assuming higher utilization and therefore higher abuse area, what would you say, just at a very high level for the entire Department of Safety? Would you expect that to make, to be more of a burden in terms of more work, or decrease your burden a little in terms of just expenses and staffing? And do you expect less or more work if that happens overall at the state level? And I know it's not really a fair question, just curious if you have a, informed guess.
Again, I would just say this. I think we would all agree if we saw an increase in crashes, if we saw an increase in fatal crashes, loss of life, if we saw an increase in calls for service, if you saw that, you would see increases. But again, I can't predict. Just focusing on, I think what's, near dear to everyone, it's just being safe when you're on the road. And so that's really where a lot of our conversations have come around. We just recently had an item to expand to test oral fluid to see on impairment, like we have the portable breath test to see if somebody roadside has been consuming alcohol. I think these machines test for 6 drug classes. So, we're looking, we're trying to stay current. And so that's really where a lot of the conversation is.
Thank you.
So if we could now move to, you have 2 separate handouts. The first is the multi-page document with the staple. And this is a list this summarizes the prioritized needs that we spoke about in the presentation, but it puts them in priority order. Because again, we presented at the division level, you had division priorities, this is department level priorities. So I just want to take a moment to walk through these quickly just to make sure that the committee, if you have any questions on any of these, we're happy to address them. So the first are the 2 new full-time program specialist 3 positions for the healthcare facility inspection function that I mentioned was really something that just got missed in the budget. We would hope that was something that we could add in at this phase. The next are 4 existing data control clerk positions at the DMV. And these are the ones that process driving history records and make sure those are up to date. The third priority is the existing program specialist 1 and existing program specialist 2 positions in Homeland Security. And those are ensuring that the Homeland functions are occurring on a regular basis.
Quick question about that. Formerly, we very rarely saw any general funds for Homeland Security, and now we are. Why is that?
There shouldn't be a lot of general funds in
There's,
Homeland Security.
in your chart, it's not a lot.
Yep.
It's about 43,000, I think.
Yep.
So,
So the portion of
I just didn't know if there was some kind of a
there's always
match.
been some there's always been some general funds in Homeland Security. The director's position itself has always been funded with
Yes.
general
Yeah.
funds. And there's always been a small piece that's attached.
Yeah.
We've tried to keep that as low as possible, but there's always been some.
So all of these we're looking for authorization for these positions using the dollars, the federal dollars. So maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
The funding for the existing positions?
What you're asking for.
Yes, it's a mix. So it's federal, private, local, and general. So it's the
Perfect.
mix that's in the accounting unit.
Yep.
So in this particular case, even though we're asking for 156,000, the general fund ask is only 54,000.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry, I understand that. Yep.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. In the same vein, it looks like with Homeland Security, you're asking for 2 additional positions. In the budget, it looked to me like there are 4 additional positions. So somewhere I'm missing 2. But I haven't gone through this very detailed, but it stood out at me. I'm on page 429,
of the budget.
yeah, under the Homeland Security.
Okay, let me
And
take a
at the
look.
bottom there, 223, there are 2 positions, and 24, there are 6. And I'm sure I've
429.
just missed something
Oh, yeah,
obvious.
this is in, I think I know what this is. Give me a second. This is in, accounting unit 7484, correct?
I'm at the bottom of 429. I can't find the
Yeah.
other numbers fast
Okay,
enough.
yeah, so go from 2 to 6. So those are, that changes because of 4 full-time temporary positions that were converted into full-time permanent positions. So they were funded through additional federal monies outside of the budget process through fiscal, through GNC, and we need those positions and are making them permanent.
So they're not new positions, they're redefined positions. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. So page 2 of the prioritized needs listing is the 3 criminalist positions within the lab. So again, those are supporting the forensic biology section and then also toxicology. Our 5th priority is the new program specialist 2 position in the digital evidence unit in state police to support the body and cruiser camera program and making sure that those requests are processed timely for discovery requests. Number 6 is a new position in human resources, the human resources coordinator 2, to ensure that we're processing all transactions timely that impact our employees. Number 7 is the increase in credit card fees at the DMV. And based on some of the reaction, it sounds like we should probably consider the convenience fee option. Number 8 is fire standards and training admin. These are the new fire safety instructors, the full-timers as opposed to the part-timers. So we'll come back with the reduction in part-time money to see if we can absorb some of those by reducing part-timers and give that option to the committee. Number 9 is the new program assistant position in the fire marshal's office to address 91A requests. And then number 10 are the security enhancements at the DMVs. That's adding the glass and then also the security monitors for the high volume areas. Number 11 is adding a DMV station to Plymouth, which helps to improve customer service at Concord and Tamworth and address the demands in the Lakes region area. And then 12, which are split up into A, B, and C because of the accounting units. These are the 17 previously unfunded trooper positions. So funding these would allow us to increase patrol services across the state in addition to maintaining. So that's the prioritized list of our prioritized needs. And then the 1-page item, similar setup. These are errata adjustments that we're asking for. These are adjustments that we intended to include in the budget, but for whatever reason, they were not. So the first is transferring positions between, within the Division of Emergency Services and Communications, between the Bureau of Communications and the Communications section itself. This is budget neutral. It's shifting positions to where they should be paid out of. No impact on the funding. The second is a similar situation. It's transferring positions between 2 accounting units in motor vehicles. Because of where they're doing the work now. It's all cost of collection, 0 budget impact. The third is a revenue source correction of $3,000 in DMV. There's some general funds that are incorrectly coded. Those should be agency income. So we'll reduce general funds by $3,007. And then the fourth is to appropriate $37,000 in other funds for 911 cybersecurity consulting. So this was missed during keying. It's $37,000 because of that. It was included in the errata listing as opposed to a prioritized need request. And that really concludes the presentation that we have for you today.
Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that we accept the changes that you just gave us, the corrections, as one of the activities that we need to take care of. Mickey, am I okay doing this?
Yes, that would be appreciated because I can get
Second.
on that behind, get that behind us now. Yeah.
Should I should be the one recording it. Give me a moment, please.
Well, we can
This,
do that with a show of hands, right?
This
Nick?
is just like corrections.
Right. We can just do it with a show of hands.
Okay, good.
Any discussion before we vote on that?
Just talking about the last sheet, the errata adjustments, nothing else. Got it.
Everybody understand the motion? Any discussion? All in favor? Show of hands? Unanimous? Mickey, how you voting? That's. Excuse me. Very good. Thank you very much for being here today. Any other questions for the Department of Safety?
Can I?
Sure.
This is a really good presentation. Everything was very, very clear, and I appreciate the amount of work you put into this because this is probably one of the more concise and comprehensive presentations that we've seen.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to publicly recognize Director Lavoy for the work.
Thank you. Oh, gee. Thank you. 7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Representative
I
Mickey,
used to be
LBA.
LBA.
You should have known that.
He brought his assistant, Miss Domi, Edie Domi. So she's on the team. She's the number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So one of the bills that we've retained is House Bill 560 relative to the a contact person notification program. I don't know if anyone wanted to ask the department about that bill. I know we had questions when we had our brief work session.
I'm not.
That's the
really-
bill that would create a list for individuals who may not be competent to speak on their own behalf, right? And so then if they were pulled over, state police would be able to.
It's a contact person notification program for that situation, yes.
Yeah.
The main question was if my, not actually, but my loony husband goes off on his own and he's pulled somewhere and he doesn't have any information on him. He's just this person on the side of the road. Having me as his emergency contact isn't helpful unless you can attach me to him in some way. So if this passed, the question was, how does the officer get the contact information for the person who is without, identification and maybe, without some reason at that point? Do you see what I'm saying? You can have a big list of emergency contacts, but if you can't attach those contacts to an unidentified person, what good does it do?
Yeah, so it would have to be tied into one of the searches that the troopers utilize when they're pulling someone up, when they look someone up. So it seems to me it's tied into the DMV system more than anything.
What would there be that they're searching for? I mean, would they fingerprint him if he has nothing on him? What can the trooper do?
Yeah, see, I don't have any specifics on it. I know that state police has been involved in the bill and has been kind of following it, but I don't know enough about the details to really be able to answer that.
Representative Weiler?
We created a card some time ago for hearing impaired or so on, that they would show it to the officer to say that I'm hearing impaired or some other problem. And if they always had that with them, then you could put that on that same card, the contact person is, if you had
I
such a
can
card.
wait.
But if there's anybody that
I will.
has problem communicating or use American Sign Language or something that the officer's not going to know, that they'd have to, call this person on the phone and,
Representative Heath?
Thank you. I think with the growing number of children that we have with autism and the varying range of disabilities that we're seeing, I don't know for a fact, but for me, it seems like it would be wonderful. Years ago, I had a young man that had dysarthria, couldn't talk, was stopped. They thought he was drunk, arrested. It was very difficult for him. If he had had a card, he would have just been able to show it to the police officer. So I think that's the purpose of this bill. If I'm not sure. I guess maybe that's what I'm asking.
We have to figure that out. Representative Popovich Miller.
Since I have the laptop, I pulled up the bill really quickly because honestly, I didn't remember the bill by the number. My brain doesn't work that way. But essentially, this says that somebody would provide law enforcement, information about this is the right person to talk to me, whether it's through a guardian or directly or whatnot. And when that person is stopped, there should be a way for them to be told, hey, don't try to talk to this person after they identify them. You really need to try to engage with this contact person because the person you are spoken with cannot handle communication properly. So that's, what the bill is trying to do. And since you're here, we're just trying to figure out what are your thoughts on how much this could be implemented, how would it work? And I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I could just add 2 cents about this. So I think the real issue is the legal competence of communicating with someone when you realize they're not fully up to the task when they interact with law enforcement. I think the intent of the bill is to provide a resource for folks once they identify that, okay, that maybe this isn't totally the right conversation I should be having right now, they can reach out to this list if they're able to identify. I think, trying to connect the dots of like, who is this person? Are they competent to handle this discussion? If we've decided they're not, then the resource is provided that they can go to a list and try to figure out who is the correct contact. I don't think it's going to be doing the front end of that connecting the dots, but it's the back end resource, if I'm understanding it correctly, so that the law enforcement has a resource at their fingertips once they're aware of the situation. I don't think that it's really probably, it sounds like a self-reporting issue too. So families are aware of, and guardians are aware whether or not they can take advantage of this resource, be added to the list. So I think what we're trying to connect in our minds of how would this all work is probably a step farther than the bill actually intends to go. I think it's probably the back end of that, legal response to having these interactions. So
Maybe, expanding on that, maybe if we put it on, because we figure if they're driving, all right, you could put, because you do a check,
You could check their driver's license.
right, a driver's license and a plate,
The vehicle registration which would not contain any of this.
right, but we could put it on there.
Well, I think that would, you would have to have further discussions. The only thing I'd like I can't speak to the bill, but I just would share that there are a lot of systems in place now when we have missing or vulnerable folks. You'll see, as you see the news, whether it's a silver alert or, and I think a lot of these issues, even like at 911, in my recent meeting with Director Doyle, there's systems in place so that family members can provide information in advance of some unique circumstances at the household before the responders get there. Maybe some of these conversations take place at the local level, but if somebody is missing or, is vulnerable, just having a place where you can report that. And a lot of times with all of these, they put, who do we call who? So I think it's an important conversation, but to just say whether it would go on a driver's license or would take a lot more discussion.
Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, but if this bill passed, it must have passed to get to us, I'm assuming. We have it. So is there a cost? Will there be a cost? Has been a fiscal note?
So the bill did pass and was referred here for review, and there is a $50,000 appropriation only in fiscal 24 for that bill. So that could be something if the committee has voted to retain that and consider it with House Bill 2 to update the department. I should have had you more prepared on this one. I'm sorry about that.
And we are happy to go back to get the information you want, to really look at it and,
Thank you.
and study this and be able to speak intelligently.
That would be great. Thank you.
Representative Popovich Miller. Okay, very good, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
He gets the gold star.
Thank you.
What was the because he didn't, it was just introduced straight into us. where.
Okay, well,
But either way, it's in our committee, and frankly, I think we need to retain it, and if you have time by next year to play with it, fine, but this is not something I think will happen.
well, but see,